We're live. Hey, we're
Oh.
here. Hi. How are you?
Just slow count, and then right after one. 3.
One.
Never mind. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, no.
Welcome to
Come
another The Forsaken. Chat, thank you so much for being here. Players, thank you so much for being here. We have a couple players out this evening due to holiday stuff. But I'm more than happy to be here with who we got. This is episode 107 of The Forsaken. And let me go ahead and before I get into the recap, well, let me get some music going first. Some Lizzo. Just kidding. And, all right, I'm going to do the inspiration. So let's see, we have a 3 for Tegan, 8 for Kazil, Juniper 9, and Zavar 15. That is a win for Tegan because the number was 4. So Tegan was the closest. Good job. All right. So a little summary.
Will I use it for good or will I use it for evil?
Will
will
Tegan
you use it?
destroy the
Or will I use it
entire
at all?
encampment this evening? Only time will tell. Little summary from last week's or not last week. We didn't have it last week, but the week before, episode 106. Our adventurers continued their journey through the maze of the collided city, finding puzzles, warforged, and an interesting drow along the way. With the help of an ancient forge spirit, Juniper and Kazil worked together to use the crystal Juniper found to awaken one of the warforged bodies. To Kazil's dismay, once awake, the warforged seemed rather young, only able to mimic words and actions by those around them. In exchange for their help, Kazil agreed to find a new home for the forge spirit after informing them of the city of Diecaster's unfortunate demise. Meanwhile, Tegan, Gerbil, and Zavar find a rather sarcastic drow stuck under some rubble. They were from the settlement, the same place that Magdalene is taking them to, and is also from, and had been looking for survivors on their own. Suspicious, the group agreed to take them to Magdalene for verification before allowing him to go off on his own again. Running into Kazil and Juniper, the rest, especially Gerbil, have several questions regarding the two's plans for the Warforged and the forge it was made on. Yeah. With Juniper and Kazil trying their best to answer as much as they could, the group head back to Magdalene and, with verification obtained for their new drow friend, allow him to go off on his own once again, as they move towards the exit that he so graciously pointed out. On their way, they decide to investigate the strange, magically guarded cafe, finding a secret door and an even more secret door to a magical library. Kazil grabbed the door before they started back on their way, and once out, they saw that the people from the settlement, they see other people from the settlement of the Northern Crown, along with other dwarf survivors, including the wife and children of the dwarf they had rescued hours earlier. And then, a familiar drow girl is pointed out to Gerbil in the distance. Shanad. And that's where we ended the last session that we had a couple weeks ago. All right. So, the rest of you are just kind of, I think that you were, just kind of waiting for Magdalene to get done talking with some of the other settlement people as the dwarves kind of reunited and kind of talk amongst each other as well. You hear them extend a invitation for the dwarves to join them at the settlement, saying that it's not much, but they have plenty of food and plenty of hospitality to go around. So the dwarves, I think about probably half of them go with the rest of you as you move towards kind of that, I think I described it as kind of like a long tunnel going under a mountain. It's not, you can kind of see to the other side some light peeking through, so it's not that long of a tunnel, but it's just a little bit of a walkway that seems to have been carved out of the stone. rather hastily. It's not smooth or anything. But it is kind of nicely framed with like at this entrance, and it looks like at the far entrance as well, some greenery. But half of the doors will go with you. The other half will kind of go back into the maze to kind of, you know, the collided city, you know, saying that they want to find, you know, see if they can find some more of their people, or just find some of their belongings or some, you know, pieces of their city, even. Yeah, Magdalene and the others from the settlement that were there. Relentless was one. And then, of course, let's see here. Thorn went back in. Oh yeah, you have Relentless. You have Abram. Relentless is a green-skinned tiefling. Abram looks human, kind of an older male. And then you also have a kind of a light blonde-haired woman there with you as well, presenting female. Yeah, Magdalene will kind of lead you over there. Gerbil, of course, upon seeing Shanad, will kind of go pretty much directly over to her. And as the rest of you kind of approach, you'll see Gerbil kind of, you know, I'm sure hugging Shanad and, you know, greeting her. You'll also see another, around the same age as Shanad, so around 10 or 11, standing with, why don't the rest of you make a perception check for this individual? Just to see if you notice certain aspects.
11.
Juniper?
16.
Zavar?
12.
12. And Kazil?
15.
Okay. What did you roll again, Tegan? 11?
11. Yep.
Okay. Juniper and Kazil, you'll notice that, you know, Tegan and Zavar, you're just kind of in kind of not a hurry, but you're just kind of like with one focus to get to the other end of this tunnel and get to civilization. Kazil and Juniper, you're being a little bit more, you know, seeing a bit more, kind of being more aware of your surroundings. And you notice that, like, with this other 10 or 11-year-old that is with, seeming that is with Shanad, it's an interesting mix that probably neither of you have seen before. Elven ears, kind of this brownish golden hair that is kind of in a braid over her shoulder. The skin has a kind of a tan, kind of a golden brown to it. But it almost, as you pass them and you're kind of, you know, almost has a fur-like texture to the skin. Like it seems fuzzier than like regular humanoid skin. And again with the elven ears and yeah, just dressed plainly. But seems a little standoffish as like Gerbil approaches Shanad and just kind of stands there, and it seems more there for Shanad than for anyone else. Magdalene will stop and kind of, you know, greet Shanad and the other 10 or 11-year-old, as she will call Losa. Will answer and reply, just kind of asking how, you know, the city is. You know, Losa will ask if they found any survivors inside, and they'll exchange stories. Magdalene will kind of make a quick exit of like, you know, well, I'm going to show these people to the city and start guiding you through the tunnel. As you exit out the other side, is that it's kind of this very beautiful grove that's on the other side of the tunnel that has these kind of almost like weeping willow trees with these branches that kind of just fall down, almost like vines. As you exit on the other side, you are hit with this sudden, from what you felt on the boat, that kind of hit with the ocean air, that saltiness. And you see the some ocean out before you. And then also, you know, it seems like, I guess, that the settlement that, you know, you've heard Magdalene refer to this as, is a bunch of like bunch of tents and stuff kind of set up, but they're very elaborate tents. It seems like they've taken some time, but it also seems like it hasn't been up for very long, which would make sense knowing that Magdalene has already told you that they've had to relocate because of the cities. So from just to remind you, she said that they had to move inwards, like, you know, from they were on the shoreline close to it. They had to move inwards after the first few cities fell. And then they pretty much like moved all the way like to this side of the mountain. Magdalene will kind of refresh your memory of that and be like, well, and you'll probably see, I think there are several tents, you know, several. It's not a small encampment. Probably, you look around, probably like 50 that you can see. There seems to be a small, kind of a smallish group kind of off to the side, kind of down a cliff towards the ocean, and you're kind of like at a plateau going down into the ocean. A small little group practicing magic. And it also seems like they've taken some pieces from the wreckage of the cities and kind of utilized them in certain parts, you know, as well. So while it's just a bunch of tents, they have beautiful pillows, beautiful embroidered blankets. There seems to be little shops set up here and there. So it seems like they've really tried to make this a home. And as much like a city as they, you know, as they could. Magdalene will look at you all, and Gerbil will kind of come up and be like, I'm gonna go and talk with Shanad a bit. If you need me for anything, I'll be around. I'll kind of awkwardly kind of, you know, turn and kind of go and talk to Shanad, who's waiting off to the side. Her friend still kind of like standing a little off, giving them some space, but standing in the same vicinity. And Magdalene will be like, well, welcome to the settlement of the Northern Crown.
Boss, we've made it. Wasn't sure what to expect.
Yeah.
Glad to see so many displaced.
Yes. You know, we had more of a kind of a town city feeling when we were on the shore, but that's kind of under rubble now. But we have shops, we have all kinds of different things. We collect. There's a little path up the mountain that kind of goes at the top where we've been keeping some gardens. So we have plenty of food. Also have magical means of creating food as well. I think it tastes different, but some people don't mind. Yes.
I'm just gonna look between her and Tegan for a minute, and then kind of round everyone else that's here. Honestly, Magdalene, I think we're here for a number of things, but the main one being understanding the library a bit better and what we can do, maybe what they're doing and what we can do to stop them. Who do we speak to here? Perhaps to request an audience with here.
And as you, the manager, did you say that the manager?
The manager. But I will ask for a manager. That's what I mean. Yeah.
The manager.
To your supervisor.
At that moment, you'll see kind of stepping up to the group, and Magdalene will kind of notice and kind of step aside, you know, kind of more into your group, you know, giving them space. A very tall, male-seeming person, kind of this kind of dark, kind of a grayish taupe skin tone, more on the gray side than brown. Has this white hair and a dark beard. It has these golden eyes that kind of shimmer with this kind of golden embellishment. And also their hair has a slight shimmer to it as well. Dressed in these kind of like black robe of sorts. And with some gold embellishments. We'll kind of step up. I believe that would be me that you want to talk to. I'm the journal. It's a pleasure to meet
Uh,
all of you.
Nodrano?
Yes.
Sorry. It's
Yes.
echoed in here. It's just.
Am I echoing?
No, just some of all the space. Just
Oh.
that's a bit mental for me.
And I'll also.
I'm in the wrong place. Again.
The rest of you, if you, I mean, all of you, the 4 of you, could you roll perception checks for me again, please, just if you notice something. I'll go
Okay.
around and ask. I'll start with you, Kazeel. What did you roll for perception?
22.
Okay, and Zavar,
9.
and Juniper,
14.
and Tegan.
18.
Okay. What did you roll again, Juniper? I'm sorry.
14.
Every time, 14. Okay. Kazeel and Tegan. And I'll say Juniper as well. You'll notice that as far as people are concerned with this village, with this settlement, you'll see quite a variety of different people. Probably not many, at least you won't, like, not too many races that you know of aren't represented here in some way. However, you do see a very large number of, the 3 of you, could you roll a history check for me, please? You see a very large number of what look to be almost like, most of you know, I mean, you know what tabaxi are, because you've met them before in the campaign. But these seem almost like more exotic cat-like creatures. Like tabaxi, but different. What was your history check, Tegan?
10.
Okay, and Juniper?
14 again.
And Kazeel?
12.
Okay. I would say that, Juniper and Kazeel. Kazeel, you have a sage background, correct? With this character?
I do.
Okay, so I'll say that you and Juniper would recognize these as am I saying it correctly, as Raktash. Which are something like tabaxi creatures, but they no, it's not Raktash, it's Rakshasa. Rakshasa. Yeah.
What? With the
Rakshasa.
upside down hands? The devils?
What? No, it's Rakshasa. It's an actual race in D&D. So.
Rakshasa. That's.
Okay,
sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay.
They're like tabaxi, but it's usually like as players, it's like they're more like tigers, cheetahs, exotic animals than
I love them.
Cats, just regular, house cats.
Mm.
But
Bye, gerbil.
Oh, these guys.
Found me a new
you-
fur baby.
Wow.
Let's see here.
DM's like, no, why is it these terrible things here?
I'm gonna put this. Can I put this link in chat for?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm putting the one that Dan just passed along.
Yeah, you know that you don't usually see them in true form.
Eat.
They're usually in positions.
9 hells.
They're usually in positions of power.
Evil Reborn. What? Okay. My favorite. All right. Meow.
I'll take a half step back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I might take a half step forward.
You see,
Nice.
but you do see quite a few of Rakshasa here. You also see a few number of elves as well. We'll say that if we're going on a scale of like 100%, like probably 30% are Rakshasa, or maybe about 25% are Rakshasa, and then about 20% are elves, and the rest of them are just a multitude of different races. And yeah, just wanted to point that out. Yeah, so you have this, you have Nadrino, kind of just standing there in this kind of very straightened back kind of almost a regal pose of sorts.
Question: how did you describe their race again? Or did
Well,
you?
I did not.
Okay.
If you want to make a separate history check, Zavar, or anyone else
Oh,
who's
I'm-
curious if they recognize, if there are features that they recognize in Adrenal to link with their race.
I rolled a 17.
Okay.
All right, I'll roll.
Okay.
19.
Are you wondering what they're rolling for, Juniper? Are you good? Okay. I was confused. Okay, so 19, 17. Anyone else rolling to see if they recognize anything blips for them? Okay. All right.
Is this different than the info I already picked up?
Yeah, this is for Nadrano. Zavar asked if if I said anything about their race. I did not, and I was just saying to roll a
Gotcha.
history check if anything like caught your eye and was like, oh yeah,
Okay.
this could be in. What did you roll, Kazil?
It's a 21.
Okay, and Juniper, did you roll? Okay. So I would say because it's what did you roll again, Zavar? I'm sorry.
17.
17. I'll go ahead and give it to the three of you that rolled. With the glowing hair and the glowing eyes and these kind of golden colored eyes to go along with it. It seems ASMR to you. Kazil, you would kind of see this as like there's a certain, and I'll say even with because you do have you're proficient in Arcana as well, I believe, that you're able to kind of recognize, as well as your sage background, that you get a feel from him of a fallen ASMR.
Okay.
And also, Kazil, I would say with that high roll, as you're studying his features and kind of taking it in, it seems very familiar to you. Almost like a buried memory.
Okay.
So just to be clear, the draw is one of
Yes.
these
The journal. Mm-hmm.
is one of these Rashakas, right?
No, he's not.
Oh, he's not. Okay.
No,
He's
no.
the ASMR.
He's human. Yeah, he's ASMR, so he's human appearing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
So
I guess
he's the one
isn't-
who's
Doesn't naturally mean that they're human appearing, but he does seem human.
okay. So he is the ASMR.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe,
Well,
unless I have a note here. Yeah, no, okay.
It's a pleasure to meet you. I don't even suppose we've met before. And I'll hold a hand out with that feeling of like, here we go.
Nidrina will shake your hand, Kazil, and well, I think we knew each other when you had a different name, I believe. Arbane, right?
Hey, apparently.
You've carried on some features,
Oh,
but not. I wouldn't be able to pick you out of a crowd, but since I know that you were with this group, but it's good to see you, friend.
I'm sure
I
it's
know.
good to meet you too.
I know. It is an odd situation, to be sure.
Well, maybe you can tell me a bit more about my past self at some point. I'd be
And-
interested in knowing.
At that point, you hear this kind of like large rumble, as if something heavy hitting the earth, and this large splash. You look out to the side, out to the ocean. I won't even make you roll a perception check for this because you won't miss it. Huge, stone creature. Gargantuan, maybe bigger than that. Just towering. Just head hitting just at the height of the mountain, which is why you didn't see him on the other side. But very, very tall. Just kind of takes a step and takes another step and will stop and just kind of turn towards the settlement and just stand there with this glowing eye on its head, with water just kind of cascading off, and this kind of green moss on its back. Pieces of metal kind of glinting as well in its form. Oh, yes, that is our guardian.
Oh,
So we don't need to run. Oh, good.
No, it protects us here. Part of the reason I believe that we stay fairly unnoticed by the library and can't be tracked here in this one place. Well, I mean, Kazeel. Roll one more history check for me, please.
oh, it's a natural 20 for
I love
25.
it. Kazeel,
Nice.
are you wanting me to message you these privately, Kazeel, or do you want me to say them out loud?
You can say them out loud. 'Cause,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Kazeel, this seems familiar to you as well. In fact, you remember kind of having you kind of think back and another one of these kind of deep buried memories of like that you might have had a hand in like helping to create this, or to at least like not create it but utilize it, to raise it from the ocean here, on these possibly, as you look around, fairy shores.
Just gonna soak in the scenery for a minute, just trying to connect with those memories.
Mhm.
Get lost in it for a minute.
Yeah. Adriano will just kind of look a little proudly at it. The rest of you kind of pick up one. It is it's a pleasure to have all of you here. And his eyes will kind of rest on you for a moment, Zavar. You'll notice. I believe we have, I'm sure, and you'll kind of like go from you to the rest. You know, we all have some catching up to do. But I look forward to it. I have some place that I want to take you to tomorrow. But in the meantime, we have plenty of food, and we'll definitely eat well tonight. In your honor.
I'm sure we look
Thank
forward
you.
to it.
For friends and family, they'll look at you, Zavar. Reunite.
Daddy. I'm sorry, Daddy.
Daddy?
Excuse me, Daddy.
Daddy?
Oh, no.
Kazeel? I'm sorry, Kazeel? Can I speak to you for a moment, please?
Sure.
So, Nadranel has left, right?
Oh, no.
He's
Nadranel's still
right
there.
there.
Do you want me to?
okay.
Do you want me to come back if you want to discuss? and-
No, I misunderstood. I thought you said that Nadranel said goodnight.
No. He's like, he might have said like we'll have a good night, but
Oh,
Yeah.
have a good night.
it's still date.
My-
It's still daytime.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
Never mind. I'll wait until at some
Okay.
point when Nadranel's not around.
I'd say it's probably like.
No, you know what? Screw it. Never
okay.
mind. No.
Okay.
Kazeel,
Yeah.
can you come here for a minute? Can I speak to you, please?
Of course. And I'll walk over. Pardon me.
So this is Nadranel, and you know this person?
Definitely.
I seem to recall we were all together when we had seen some photos and some information about our ancestors.
Hey.
I don't recall you mentioning that you knew this person when they were pointed out to me as one of my ancestors. This is one of my ancestors living right now. What is going on? What you
that's
need to?
incredible.
What can you tell me more about this person?
I'm afraid I didn't even know that I knew him. When I saw him and they introduced themselves, I had a feeling like I knew him from before. Sometimes I get these disconnected, foggy feelings.
Oh, it's that thing.
So
How?
nothing.
Okay. Well, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
I was a little excited and frustrated. I apologize.
Don't you
Okay.
be, that's fine.
No.
Well, listen, while I'm here, I'm gonna see if they seem to know a lot of magic or have answers to things, so maybe they can help me reconnect with my memories and
That'd be great. I'll just be honest with you.
Hey.
I'm a bit nervous.
Oh, mad.
I did not expect that first. I mean, we've learned so much about the library and our connection, and now
Hey.
I need a drink. I need a drink. That is what I need. One moment.
Right. Oh.
Okay. Okay.
Please.
We're going to be spending some time, and I did not expect that I would have an opportunity to ask questions about my ancestry, my heritage. There's a lot that I didn't know. I apologize again. I assumed that I would be able to get some information from you, that you would be able to help. I understand now that you are learning this for yourself as well. I'm just going to have to think a lot about this.
Sure. It's miraculous that they're alive. Well, maybe we'll both get some answers that we need.
I surely hope so. Answers and apparently perhaps some help. So,
That'd be nice.
although, if I remember correctly, what we had learned about our ancestors was that they were directly connected to the Great One, and are what set a lot of our connection in motion.
Right.
Does that not also suggest that there may not be good intentions?
Well, I'll tell you. That's a very good point. No, I'm never one to ascribe a nature to an entire people, but I do want to mention that we don't know a lot of these people. There's a number of folks here that I believe are from the Nine Hills, well, cat folk typically, and that doesn't even mean they're bad people. Just something to keep in the back of our mind, just in case perhaps some of them may be. I don't know. I really don't like judging based on that.
All right.
Right.
Well, yeah, I'll do my best to not be judgmental, and but I think we definitely need to remain concerned and vigilant as usual, because I definitely am very confused at this turn of events. I mean, a lot of very interesting things we have learned, but regardless, I appreciate you at least listening to me. And yeah, I have a lot of thinking to do.
Right, thinking. And if you do any drinking with that, I'm happy to join you for that as well.
Oh, absolutely.
$1,200.
Had
Okay.
kind of walk back over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. Tegan will approach Magdalene
Mm-hmm.
and just simply ask it, is Helena here as well? Or Helena? I forget how you pronounce her name.
Oh, Helena, I believe, I think she is. She stays kind of hidden away up on one of the parts of the forest up on the mountain. She doesn't,
okay.
she doesn't like people too much, if I understand. It's Helena Bracado, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And she's here, just, kind of keeps to herself. Maybe she'll come out for the celebration this evening. Sometimes she does, but otherwise she kind of stays up there and just kind of tend some of the gardens. So
So Nadronal takes more of the forefront of the group, I guess. That's here.
well, I mean, Nadrano, you also have Athera, who was part of the original torch, and you also have oh, I think, yeah, Agnes Alpin is back.
Hold on. That name rings a bell.
Checking notes.
But she was part of the original torch as well. Is that
Oh,
anything else I can? Maybe a Nadrano right here. We can ask him if you
Oh,
need
okay.
to. Nadrano.
well, I'm sure that. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Nadrano will kind of step over. Yes. How can I help Tegan, right?
Yes. Yes, it's glad
You're,
we've.
trying to think. Your Lutheus's offspring?
Yes.
I was.
Which-
Do you know? How was Lutheus these days? Do you know?
I have no idea, and I don't have much memory of him. It's odd. I'm sure. I don't know if this is. Do we want to get into this right away? But it's just all very. For most of us, was very much of a shock that our ancestors were involved in what they were
And-
involved in.
I mean,
Or we're not quite sure what they all were involved in. The beginnings of, from what we've come to understand, the library, and now the Torchlight Committee as well. I suppose. Am I to assume?
no. That's a really
A bad assumption.
doing.
Oh, okay.
Not. He tried to do the best that he could. He's trying to help us in the long run. I'm surprised you know of the Torchlight Committee. Did Aurelius reach out to you as well?
Did we have? What do we have? Yes. He made us all members of the Torchlight Committee. And basically, now I think we still have the note. I don't know who kept it with him.
I'm actually looking at the letter right now.
Okay. From Aurelius, pretty much
Mhm.
making us the de facto Torchlight Committee.
Oh. So you are the Torchlight Committee. You just aren't members anymore.
Oh, I
No,
wouldn't say we're not members anymore. We're just
but also the president.
I'm not just a member, I'm the president.
Wow,
Busy.
Sorry.
that's funny.
What else? He also gave us items.
It's fascinating. I
It's true.
wouldn't expect
Oh, wait, sorry.
Aurelius to. I wonder if he knew.
Black torches, gold torches.
Yeah, the gold torches and
Oh,
which
yes.
we really never got. The coins. We got gold coins from him. I show him one of the gold
Mm.
coins.
Mhm.
Yes, I believe that this was kind of a mark of the Torchlight Committee. Aurelius was, in my opinion, a good person. He was trying to help and trying to keep on the tradition of protecting people against the library. But he had different ways and different ideas. But
Yeah,
and
we're not quite.
wanted to do his own thing, I think, rather than just. I invited him to come here several times, and he said that, I think he was, what do the material planners call it, an entrepreneur?
Hmm. Okay, it's an interesting way of putting it.
Yes, he liked to kind of collect people, I think. Not in a bad way or a sinister way, but he liked
Associations.
yes, associations and connections, and I think, I don't know, I haven't heard anything from him in a while, but it was often the thing that he loved most, and also the thing that brought him the most stress and pain.
We're not quite sure of his where he is or what has become of him. We sort of, and I'll turn to Zavar. We got these torches and the coins, and the letter from him sort of seemed to be he'd be in distress, or that he was pretty much done, or not quite sure. That's the reason we bring it up.
I can see if I can have anyone maybe try to scry in, but without knowing a specific. And we have connections here and there, but we're kind of focusing those on the, library and their connections right now. But if I come across anything, I'll be sure to let you know.
We had received word from other members of the Torchlight Committee, that his cafe had fallen.
It's a shame. He loved his little hideaway in the cavern. I went there once, and it was very quaint. Well, no, wait a minute. He wouldn't have went there once. Well, I saw it once, and it was very quaint. Sorry, that was a DM. Yeah, I would say that Kazil and Zavar, you can be done with your conversation now. While Tegan was having that. Juniper, is there anything that you want to be doing?
As non-creepily as possible, she just sort of has one eye on, she's kind of watching Gerbil. If they're not wandered too far off, if they're still just...
I wouldn't think
Did you
so.
leave? Okay.
No, they're just kind of off to the side, probably like 30 feet away, just kind of sitting down amongst some trees in that little grove right when you came out of the tunnel.
Okay.
Just kind of sitting there and just catching up, it looks like.
Okay. So she just, just concerned. She's not going to interrupt. Did the baby follow us? The Warforged?
Oh,
or,
yes, absolutely.
okay.
The baby followed you. Yes, and just probably standing near you, Juniper.
Okay. So yeah, she's just listen to the ocean. Trying really hard not to grab all the sand to her and hug the land.
It's mostly rock and kind of and it's mostly dirt and rock up here.
Okay. And buildings, chunks of stuff. It looks the shipwreck.
Chunks of building are actually behind you on the other side of the mountain. You came through the tunnel. So you're kind of on the side, on the opposite side of the mountain, that kind of plateaus down into the sea. But you have quite a bit of space where they built the tents and everything. There's a little pathway kind of leading up to the top of the mountain, it looks like, but it's quite a walk. But
okay, yeah, she's mostly just keeping an eye on Gerbil, making sure no one kidnaps him and or Shanad, because that seems a fear of his, and
snatch him away.
Yeah, great.
The large giant in the ocean is still standing there.
Yeah,
just kind of shifting here and there, but watching.
Really not sure what to think about that, but
I'd say Juniper, you'd probably see Rhaenyra watching the giant very closely. And also, while you're kind of keeping an eye on Gerbil, the other 10, 11-year-old Losa, that they refer to, kind of comes out, kind of looks hesitantly at Gerbil and Shanad, and then comes over to Magdalene and will kind of pass you. Purchase Magdalene, all of you can hear this. Well, there, Magdalene. Mm-hmm. Well, they're over there talking. Do you need me to do anything? Do you need me to, I don't know, help with... Oh, you can help get some stuff, some food together and stuff for the dinner this evening. Is that okay? Yeah. Kind of looks all you kind of, suspiciously as a person who like sees new people would, attend, and then kind of goes off with, to another tent, where it seems like they're kind of getting food together and preparing things.
Okay.
Setting out a table. It's about probably, as far as time goes, what we would consider probably like 6 p.m. probably at this time. Not quite evening, but getting there pretty quickly. So.
Okay. Did Zavar and Kazil come back to
Oh, I guess.
Tegan?
What are y'all doing after the combo? Just kind of coming back to the group? Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. Why, I don't know how long Gerbil's going to need, but she might appreciate some space if we want to start getting food or explore some of these tents. I don't know where we're headed. It's just away from the ocean. It's fine by me.
Hey. Could use some.
Zavar, you drinking already? Okay. All right.
Yeah, you want some?
Depends on how long we stay here.
There'll also be plenty of drink tonight, probably. Magdalene speaks up. We have a couple of areas just for like sitting down if you want to sit down outside or in some tents. We have one of the residents helped build a very interesting fan system in the tents to kind of help you keep cool. So, yeah, would you like to go there to kind of catch your breath before dinner in about probably like an hour or so? Okay. Nadrano I will see you this evening. Do you have anything else that I can answer for you now?
Go ahead, Kizio.
No, please go ahead.
Just wanted to ask, how well known is it about us, and does everyone here know the situation? And I mean, I don't want to talk out of turn with anyone that shouldn't, doesn't know about what's going on with us or who we are or the situation in general, so to speak.
As the Torch's descendant, you are prophesied to help defeat the library. And most everyone here knows that.
Interesting.
Means the drinks will be good.
That wasn't the story who we got from the library.
Oh. Who did you speak with at the library?
Hold on. Yeah. I'll return to Kazio because I'm struggling for a name.
Something.
Stacia, let's see. Well, we spoke to, Bethel wasn't there, but Riesla.
Riesla.
She's the
Yeah, that's
second
it.
command. Did most of the speaking. There was a historian there as well, I think, that Zatara Lovewood.
You spoke with Tara.
Hey, Waterstar.
Okay.
Was that bad?
No. I guess I can say is I've been trying to get her, to help us, and it's been quite the negotiation.
Maybe her sister can. She seemed fairly strong as well.
Sister.
Hey. Yeah.
First, where is she at?
Around.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not asking. I am asking, but wasn't aware of a sister, and I don't know of a sister.
Oh.
So, but
Otherwise,
we can exchange that information later, if you want.
Yeah.
No pressure,
Understood.
Arbane.
you might know her.
I give you a
But
wink.
goes by the name the Jewel.
No, I don't. I don't know.
Oh. She lives down there. Well, we'll talk about it later, I suppose.
That sounds
Lots
fine.
of questions.
Go and rest, and we'll have some chat this evening. Eat some food, talk, and very excited to catch up and to share what I can. Yes. How? Well, we need to talk about this later. How are your memories?
I have nothing before this lifetime. Sometimes I get just a bit like an inkling, like a feeling, something just outside my reach. Can't quite grasp the memory. Like when I saw you approach and speak, I felt like I had some sort of connection, like I knew you, but nothing tangible.
It's
It's very frustrating.
interesting. It's probably part of the curse, I'm sure. So,
Sounds it. I'm hoping to ask you later, at least, if there's
oh,
any means to work around that clears up.
absolutely. I'll be glad to tell you what you told me years ago.
Oh,
So,
right, thank you.
yes, I'll leave you be. Zavar, I'm sure you have questions. Did you want to talk now? If you want to talk, I'm not. Well, he seems like he's getting a little awkward. Or we can talk later. Or if you don't want to talk at all, catch up. You look good.
Maybe after some drinks. Wait,
Sure.
thank you.
I'm glad that you're well. That's all I want to say for now, and then we can talk over drinks later, of course. Well, I look at the time. No, I was kidding.
The sundial.
Nice.
I'll see you at dinner this evening, and he'll kind of give a nod to all of you with a smile. He seemed congenial this entire time, I'll say.
Yeah.
And we'll just kind of give a nod to Magdalene and start walking. Talking to people as he's like passing by some tents.
Question.
Yes.
When Kazeel and I took off to have our little conversation, when we came back, would we have come back at the tail end of Tegan's conversation? Would I have heard
Sure,
a little
yeah.
bit about... Okay, good.
Mhm.
Just checking.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Magdalene will be like, well, I'm gonna go and get some things ready as well. Well, let me take you over to the tents. And she'll take you over there. If she'll let Gerbil know what, where you're going. And we'll take you to the tents. It's only probably like 40 feet away, more into this kind of, well, I mean, not really a tent city, but like, this kind of series of tents. As I said, you see all sorts of different people, passing tents. There are, little shops set up. Looks like people, definitely tents for residency. Larger tents, smaller tents. But it seems like they've made them very homely. It's a very warm, welcoming atmosphere here. You'll see people sitting outside. near the near the cliff that goes down to the ocean, just chatting or enjoying their day, weaving baskets and that sort of thing. But she'll take you over to a couple of pretty open tents. But it seems like you can like draw them down if you want to. And there's this very interesting little fan system that, you can kind of wind it up and it will kind of fan for a bit and then you'll just wind it up again. Pillows that look like they've been hand sewn are kind of thrown everywhere, to kind of sit on. And, oh, here you go. I'm going to go and just kind of help get things ready. And in about an hour, when the sun starts setting, it'll be a good time. Music. We have a lot of musicians here. Some. I don't want to overplay it for you. Be some dancing. Great food. Okay.
Thank you very much. This is so. This is quite nice.
I'm glad. And if you need anything, ask anyone, and they'll be more than happy to help you. They're nice, and it's not just because you're part of the prophecy. We try to be nice here. So, okay.
Thank you, Magdalene. Thank you.
Of course. I'm glad that you all made it here.
So are we. So are we.
And she will exit, leaving you to yourselves.
All right, hold on a minute, guys. So, was I the only one that heard a different prophecy than what we were told? I mean, you even confronted her about that. Can we talk about this? Are we going to ask what their version of the prophecy is?
That's, I think.
That's kind of why we're here.
Yes.
And we're just going to wait. Yes, of course, I need drinks to help process this, but now I'm getting anxious. This is...
Well, go ahead, Savannah.
I'm sorry. I cannot tell myself. I can't help but just talk over my own words. There's so much for me to consider. Usually I'm just drinking and punching, and now I have to think about my life. It's too fast for me.
That's one of the things about prophecies. I think it's a lot of conjecture, right? Easy to spin it this way or that. I think in the end, if it helps a bit with this, it's all going to come down to you, the decisions that you make from moment to moment. It's not about you're going to do this, you're going to. Clearly, they can't get the story straight, right? It's just whatever works for who their side. Mm-hmm. So it'll come down to you. Remember, I can't even forget when you stood up to what's her name there in the library, and you were very set and determined. You knew what was right, what you wanted to do, and I don't even think you'll have trouble in getting there again. Anytime you need to make a decision.
Thank you, Kazil. I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that. I appreciate that. But yeah, we are in kind of that place again, where we might hear things that make us have to make those decisions for ourselves. Well, I suppose we've been doing that a lot lately. Well, I'm definitely going to try to relax for the time being until we all reconvene. Yeah. Did I see someone that was refilling alcohol bottles? I think I need to refill mine.
You have like a tray of refreshments there.
Yeah. No, but are there any pitchers there?
Pitchers?
Pitchers, yeah.
So there's some
jugs.
There are some jugs, yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, large jug. Yeah, okay. I'm definitely gonna sniff those for when I like, and then I'll pour it into my.
Okay. Yeah, I'd say you'd be able to find something, at least one jug of some kind of strong liquor.
Okay.
Alcohol.
Yeah. And I think I'll take that, and I might even find a little space on kind of not like far away, but just a little bit distanced from the group for a minute while I drink and reflect.
Okay. Yeah, there's another tent kind of close to that sounds like everyone went into one tent, so you could go into the other tent and still see your party members,
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I'll do.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right. Yeah. As you go in, there's a couple people that will kind of come out of the tent, not because, just kind of
God damn it.
on their way out after, from sitting. This one's a little cool because it already has had a fan running since there were people in it just a couple of moments prior. But yeah, so you go over to the other tent and
Find some jugs.
and find some jugs.
Great.
Those.
It's a tent full of jugs. Junie's just gonna melt into a chair.
Nice.
You find a mug, shake it, whatever Zavar's drinking, out of a large jug. We haven't seen these satyrs yet, have we? In our
Satyrs?
in our diverse landscape of creatures out there. We got
You've-
the Tabaxi plus plus.
You've maybe seen a couple.
Not that I, not that she cares. Whatever. She's thinking about Gerbil, but
Yeah,
just
Gerbil's
curious.
still absent. The four of you make, well, except Zavar, since you're walking over their tent, but, well, no, you can make one too, Zavar. So the four of you make perception checks for me really quick, please. See if you notice
Okay.
something.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay.
12.
Juniper,
23.
Zavar,
6.
and Kazeel.
Those jugs. 21.
Okay. Kazeel and Juniper,
Jugs.
again, you, just because you got the high rolls again, not because you've seen this before. Renarius is kind of standing by the tent opening, just still looking at the Titan out in the water.
Look at Junie. Look at back at Renarius.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, he's afraid of everything. Of course he's gonna be afraid of the giant titan in the water. We should all
Alright,
be. Go get him.
I'll stand up and walk over. Oh, lad. Whoa. It's a marvelous creature, isn't it?
It is. It is.
Yeah.
As I said, I started the stuttering, and then 10-year-old stuttering Stephanie comes out, and then I just continue stuttering. So
Oh.
Oh no.
Are you feeling alright? I saw you staring a bit, and which is fine, of course. Just wanted to check in.
Kazeel, I find myself wanting to look at it. It's I don't know why. It's interesting for sure.
Well, if you're finding yourselves compelled to, let's just say, with everything on the table, that you come hang out with us for a bit, and ignore that at least until we can speak with some of the folks here that we just met.
Right.
I think maybe Nadrano or something like that, and maybe ask. Maybe you have some sort of connection with it from your past, which might not be good. So.
Sure.
Do these tent flaps close?
Yes,
Or are they
they-
like staked
no.
open?
Nope, they can close.
Okay. All right. Junie's gonna, while Kazeel's talking, she's gonna look. You know what tents do? And she's gonna close the tent door and try to get the Titan out of view.
Nice.
Look, it's a tent. It doesn't move. There's no water in it. Around it.
I think I need a drink.
Yeah. Oh, Zavar.
Well, Zavar's in another tent.
Oh, damn it. With the jugs?
Yeah, he walked
Right,
over to
the
another
jug
tent to
pit.
be by himself to
He's
jerk
sniffing
off
out.
to jerk off to the jugs.
To the jug.
What?
No.
What?
Wait, I'm pretty sure he said punch stuff. Okay.
Yikes.
Okay, what's
That was an
the
interesting
next?
paraphrasing.
That was real. Yeah.
Just
What's
file
the
that
next
Give me
away.
some jugs. It's not.
Ah,
That's not wrong.
okay.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
This tent is
perhaps.
filthy now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Was that a Stephanie slip?
Ah,
It's really loud when we don't have sending or message now. Okay. Cool. So what's in this tent with Renarius now staring at closed tent flap and
You
Kazeel?
have like
and
a
Judy.
little cart of refreshments, mostly drinks. Yeah, and just pillows and like a little fan. There's not really that much in here. Maybe a couple plants that they've potted.
But anything on the drink table look alcoholic or just
Oh yeah,
fruity?
yeah. There are some
Okay.
jugs of things. Yeah.
and you would have seen the jugs I had sniffed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was okay.
You would
so
see
I'm
those
just
jugs there still.
okay. That's all right. Well, she'll pour something that smells lighter for Renarius,
Okay.
and hand it to Kazeel to hand it to the lad.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay.
There you are. That was much-
Thank you. You would kind of take a probably a longer than usual drink for Renarius.
Take it all.
That's
oh,
good.
Go ahead.
Sorry, that's it. That's it. Go ahead, Deacon.
Digger will walk up to Kazeel. Can I have the bag of holding back? I have some potions that I want to go see if they have an apothecary tent here that I want to get looked at, and some mushrooms that I want to
Oh,
get help with.
and I'll take it out and I'll pull out the forge and put it in my pack and then pass you the bag. Don't know how it goes. I didn't you know you did that alchemy sort of work. That's exciting.
Yeah, I've been doing some druid stuff, and moss and fungus is sort of my thing now. So
That's great. Let me know if there's anything that I can do to. Do you have a kit? Do you have like one of those alchemy kits?
indeed, I do.
Oh,
I believe I do.
I was gonna look for it as a gift.
I'll have to check. I thought I had one in my inventory.
Oh yeah, I didn't mean to put Deacon and worry about. I'm sorry. Is it there?
Is it?
Tools. I have disguise, player card set. Oh, prisoner's kit. Oh, I thought. Oh, poisoner's kit. That doesn't count as a that doesn't count as
Wow.
an alchemy kit. So
Okay.
maybe you can get me one as a.
Well, good. The least I can do. You're always there. You always have a plan. You always have them back. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hey, I'll take a look. Maybe I'll take a walk in a bit. Perhaps at one point before we speak with Taranis, I forgot the name already. I think that's it. We should put together just like a list of questions that we wish to ask, like so we don't say anything we don't want to say, and that we have all our questions in a row. Maybe.
Oh, I agree. I think. I just personally, I think, I want to hope that our ancestors were not at least a force that led to what became of the library. I think hopefully our ancestors were on the other end of that formula.
I hope so. Be extra careful out here. I'm sure I get a decent vibe from this place, but typically when you have someone on such an extreme as I'm sure you well know, such an extreme as a library, and someone's on the other side of that, they might be the other extreme, and extremes are sometimes dangerous. So,
Well, extremes to each end
yeah,
can be dangerous. What I've seen, they justify their own actions.
Oh, I hope this is just a helpful thing, and then maybe we can get back to the pine one day. But
Yeah, well, before we go to dinner, yeah, we'll sit down with the others and hash out what we definitely want to get out of the meeting.
Aye. Thank you for your time, taken.
As usual. Thank you. And I'll take the bag of holding, and he's going to go out and amongst the tents and look around and see if he can find a sort of a chemist / apothecary tent.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Yeah, make an investigation check, Tegan.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Okay, go ahead and make that. I'm gonna check back in with Zavar. Zavar,
Okay.
what are you doing over there? In your tent.
So, oh man, there's some sounds. There's
Like
some
sweat off
rustling.
the
No, just
brow.
kidding. Yeah. No, I'm enjoying the drink, and contemplating. With everything that's going on, I'll reach into my bag and, I heard Tegan mention the torchlight. I know that's something that's going on. I'm gonna find my coin and also the gold torch, and
Okay.
just kind of trying to think things over. And I'll grab that box
Okay.
and I'll open it and just see if anything's different.
Okay. So you put a note in it that said, "Who are you?" Right before.
Correct.
Okay. So you take out the gold box, open it up, and okay, open it up, and there is a carefully folded note inside.
Ooh.
I will carefully unfold it and read it.
Okay. Do you want me to send it to you or say it?
Go ahead and say it.
Okay. On the note, it says, as now owners of the Torchlight Committee, would you rather I sent personal effects of your employees to you or to the cafe? Oh, comma, but I don't think anyone is actually at the cafe anymore. ... What a shame.
Okay.
That's it. No, name signed.
Okay. Not really an answer, but an answer and a question. I'll carefully fold it back up and I'll just put it in my tunic for now.
Okay.
And yeah, I'll put the box back and just keep looking at the torch and the coin. Just while thinking about questions and thinking about that. That's it. And drinking.
Okay. All right. Anything specific you're looking for as far as the coin and the torch go, or are you just kind of looking at them?
I mean, I'm really just trying to study them, seeing if I don't remember taking a really good look before, except for realizing that, the coin, is gold, it has a symbol on it, and the torch was gold. I don't remember if it felt any different or if it smelled anything, so I'm just taking my time to see if I'm trying to really understand these two things on my just on my own senses.
Okay. All right.
Even if they are exactly what they are, but I'm still just kind of using my senses to memorize these things.
Okay. Do you want to roll investigation check or anything, or are you
Perfect.
investigating it, or?
I mean, as much as I possibly can.
Okay, sure.
In that scenario. Could be better. It's a 12.
Okay. Yeah, the coin, as far as you can tell, you've seen a lot of coins in your life. It looks more like a novelty coin of just more of a symbol showing that you're, I'd say as a monk, you might understand this, showing that you're a part of something, of an order of sorts. You would see this usually. The torch, as far as you can tell, it almost just looks like someone sculpted a very, almost so finely detailed looking torch, that it almost looks like that they just dipped a torch, like an unlit torch, in gold.
If I were to press against it, would it feel like it's moving like a thin layer of gold, or moving more like it would?
Oh, it seems solid.
It seems solid. Okay.
But it's
So
that
it doesn't move
finely,
like
it's that
wax.
finely detailed that it
Okay.
it looks like someone just dipped an unlit torch in gold.
Okay. I think I'm gonna keep that on me. I'm gonna keep these on me for the time being.
Okay.
And after a couple more swigs, I'll probably pop out and wander back to the other tent where everyone's at.
Okay. All right. I guess we'll go back to Tegan.
Yeah, what did
Looking
you want me
around.
to roll? Plus, I sent
An
you a message.
investigation check. I
Ooh.
saw that. Yes. Are you doing that now, as you're walking around looking?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, it is there.
Okay, thank you.
You are welcome.
And my investigation check was 17.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. I would say that you are definitely able to find a little apothecary shop. Yeah. There at the apothecary shop, you just a smallish tent. Not one of the smaller ones you've seen in the settlement, but pretty small for a shop. But there's stuff like spilling outside even of the tent, which you see that in a lot of the shop tents that you've seen here. They seem to just kind of have their stuff just kind of around. Definitely can so far. Yeah, and as you kind of step around these kind of boxes of empty glass bottles, and you see some kind of gems hanging from the tent that you can buy that have little tags on them. You walk in and it's just stuffed with brick, kind of handmade shelving and filled bottles and of different colors and some that shimmer and some that have little things in them. And then there's kind of this haphazard stone desk there with a female seeming elf behind it.
Hello.
Hi, can I help you, or what are you looking for today?
I was looking for some help actually. On our travels, I picked up 3 potions that I'm not quite sure what they're for.
Okay.
And I'll present to her the potion that looks like rock salt.
Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah. Did that. You did that. Okay. All right, let me see. I think that I put these in here. Okay. Oh yeah, it's in a container that looks like a hollowed piece of rock salt.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's what the container looks like. Interesting. I like this bottle design. I've done a few of these myself for customers, but they're always a bit more pricier because, anyways, you don't need to know that. So this one, let me just take it. You said you have a couple more. Do you want me to do them all together? It might take a
Sure.
little
Yeah,
less
let's do
time.
that.
Okay.
One is a bottle with a milky white substance in it.
Yes. Okay.
and it's one is it like a very airy, bubbly liquid.
Okay. Just give me a couple of seconds and I'll see what I
Thank you.
can look at. And she'll kind of take it back, and she has like a separate little like area on the floor where she'll kind of sit down and just kind of huddle over it and look at a few things and oh, interesting. It takes her probably like 10 minutes to kind of identify these things, Tegan. And she'll kind of come back over. Okay. Are you ready? You got some interesting potions here. I
Wow.
won't ask where you got them, but
Oh,
hopefully you
Well,
can find some
adventuring,
good use for them.
they just sort of pop up.
The hollowed out piece of rock
Skeletal.
salt, that one, it makes your pupils disappear, and you're blinded for 1d4 hours. So whoever takes that. And that has 3 uses to it. But you just use just a few drops at a time.
Okay. Got it.
And this milky white one, this is, these are eye drops. And if you use them, you're able to pass through walls that are 1 foot thick for, we'll say, 1d4 hours.
Okay. Single use, I would assume.
Yes, correct. And the airy, bubbly liquid one with the orange color to it. This one, and this one's in like a conical, smooth glass bottle. This one, you grow a third eye in the center of your forehead, and increases your perception skill by 2 for 1d4 hours. And that one has 3 uses to it.
Very, very interesting.
Just take a little sip of the airy bubbly one. The eye drops, of course, just a couple of, you just a drop in each eye. Here you go.
Okay, and and I'll present. Not so much. I don't need these identified, and we can just chalk this up to time. Steph,
Sure.
he wants to get a little bit more knowledge about finding interesting growths like mushrooms and mosses that he can make into potions, and maybe part of that will be just a little guidance on how to make the mushrooms he found, and I have them I know what they are, just so I can make them into something usable, like coating
Yeah.
poison, like the one that was poison coating for arrows and stuff like that.
It'll take some time,
Mhm.
but I think that if you, I can teach you for, say, an hour today or after the dinner. But I think if we put in like, if I can talk to you about for like 3 hours sometime over the course of like from here to whenever you leave, I'll be more than willing to. Just, it might have to be either early in the morning or, of course, after I'm done with the shop, which is in the late day, early evening. But I can talk to you more about how to do that for sure. So, yeah, you just have to, like, spend time with her for, like, 3 hours.
Okay.
Sometime either early morning or after her shop hours, which is, like, early evening. And sometime over the course between now and whenever y'all leave. So.
Okay, great. I'll set up, since I don't sleep long, I'll set up like an early morning for tomorrow. And
Okay. Sounds good.
what do I owe you for the potion?
I'm not going to ask for anything. Just a quick.
Well, I think
Didn't have any customers, so you're fine. Just maybe if you want to give me, a couple of gold for the lessons.
Certainly.
Okay.
I
You don't
will-
have to do that now. You can do that when we're done. Okay.
Okay, great. I
And
appreciate it.
she'll kind of extend her hand. My name's Fendalia. And just such a scripture. She has bald head and these kind of beautiful golden eyes. And when she shakes your hand, it's very kind of a rough skin. Surprisingly. But very tall as well and very lean.
Okay. Vindavi?
Fendelier, which is Findelye.
Okay. Not even close. Okay. All right. You always never cease to stop.
Look, y'all play a fantasy campaign. You're gonna have fantasy names.
I love it.
Just once, I want a Fred.
Just a Bob.
Yeah, Bob.
Bob.
A Marie.
Oh, Kazil, don't forget about your I reminded you in the recap, but your library thing you got picked up. Your door. Okay, whatever. Get out of here. Okay. All right. So you get your stuff together and get your time set up in the mornings, and you're all set.
Yep. Outstanding.
As you exit out, that's when we'll take our bio break. So pretty much exactly at 8:30 or 11:30, wherever you're at.
Nice.
And we will, for those watching, we take a 10-minute bio break. So stay tuned, and we will be back in 10 minutes. Okay. Bye. See you soon. We'll play our Patreon thing.
Oh, good.
And I'll send
Merch.
you that things if our mics are hot still. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah, they are.
yeah, they are.
Sniffing them
Yeah, they
earlier.
Them jugs.
God
This'll
damn
do.
it.
Wow.
Sometimes you're funny. Sometimes you're painfully funny.
And sometimes it's
Oh, I'm
just
just an
painful.
asshole.
It's
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
painful.
Yeah.
God. I'm not always ready for that.
What a cad. What a cad.
Yeah. Apparently I'm sniffing jugs and having a great old time in a tent next door.
Mhm.
All by yourself?
All by myself.
Mhm.
Yeah.
What is that sound? Why is that?
myself.
Why is that tent flap flapping? I
Meow,
don't
meow, meow.
understand.
It's
Nice.
fapping. Sorry.
I just sent you the message, Zavar.
I see it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Oh,
What's the
censored.
library door, window, door, library? What?
yeah. What?
Oh yeah, the door you picked up out of the cafe. Remember you
What?
got the
I remember
like,
getting
it's
a
a
little
candy
bowl
dish,
that's like a.
right?
yeah.
But when you picked up the
Oh, the
candy dish, the
portal.
door went away.
That's
That was
right.
because remember you looked and you.
He's still
Okay,
thinking
I
about
thought
a
the whole
baby.
cafe went away. I thought the cafe was the space.
No, just the door. To look.
Okay.
Yeah.
Handy.
Some labyrinth stuff going on.
Interesting.
Oh,
the door.
nice.
Interesting.
I saw the ocean playing in the background. I was like, what is that sound?
Oh yeah. Well, yes, you
Yeah.
should.
Yeah.
You should.
Little loop.
I had to get some jaunty music for our festival this evening.
Nice.
Festival. Oh, what an episode for Gerbil to miss, though, Jonathan. Well, it's-
Jonathan's a pro at sniffing jugs.
Yeah.
I mean, gerbil.
Gerbil.
Yes.
Wow.
I mean,
Gerbil had that whole corn life before gerbil.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's true.
just trying to identify ways. Gerbils. Oh, okay.
All right, I'm going to grab some
Fine.
cereal goofballs.
Yeah.
Perfect one life.
crackers and cheese. Because I'm a child. It's the Kent parade. Everyone else is gone. It's just all of you and me. I. Thank you so much again for the great wait to check out the modern history. I love them. And I love all the chatting too. It's great. The Cthulhu, I love that name. It's so fantastic. I love Cthulhu. I just love the spelling.
arrangement of streaming location. It's dangerous. Because someone, who I will not name, Stephanie Skiles, who cannot hear me.
She can now.
Yeah, she can.
What's going on? What's
Oh,
happening?
just lamenting, understanding how terrible my new location is for streaming.
I don't know
I
what
was
you
so
mean,
happy.
sir.
Yeah, I got this great little spot, making a new space, getting out of one space, getting another. Yeah, I found it. I found a con.
That I can just bang on your on the door.
Yeah, that.
Why would I ever do that, Mason?
Well, don't make me suggestions to ghosts, 'cause that's okay. You know it's
But I am the house ghost.
you. Yeah,
Say, she's both.
yeah, I know.
I can be both.
She can be both. A scientist and a woman,
Yeah.
and a ghost and a
You
house.
can't hold me. Hold me down. I mean, you can't.
We can't specifically, sir. Okay,
Yeah, no, specifically.
that's up to staff and a lot of factors.
A lot of vodka.
Hey, you hush. Yeah, you drink that
Oh wait, that's me.
Pepsi. Yeah. Wow.
All right, we're all back. We're all
Yeah.
here. All right. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, we're back.
Yeah. Maybe.
No, we're back. We're back. I took down the string suit. It was. I mean, be right back. Yeah. Or did I have the
Yeah.
string suit? I don't know. I had the be right
No.
back. That's it.
We're here.
Dan, if you're talking to us, we can't hear you.
Yeah, you're muted, sir.
You're welcome.
Oh.
Give everyone a reprieve every so often.
Oh.
I would have ended with unmuted and come back, and I paid the bail and I got out, no problem.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I missed the story.
And I still have the bag. It's great.
Aw, nice. Got a little raid from Elderborn Studio. Thank you. If you're still here.
Ooh, hello,
Yeah.
thank you.
Appreciate it.
Interesting timing.
Well, not right now. It was earlier today. I mean, it was earlier
Mhm.
in the stream.
Mhm.
So we got him.
Yeah, we got him.
Give him some praise. Yeah, they did a burner mystery tonight for their D&D session.
Ooh, nice.
good.
Let me get my music. I was gonna get some happier music, but then I went upstairs and stuffed my face with cereal and yogurt. So,
Oh yeah, I
Nom,
watched
nom,
her.
um,
No milk, it's just yogurt in the
no,
cereal.
I put milk in the cereal. And I was like, you know what? I also really want yogurt with some cherries in it. So,
Yeah.
Oh, that does sound lovely.
hmm
Happy 4th of July for anyone that is still the 4th on and the, you know,
Yep.
still
Yeah.
got Independence Day. Nice.
sorry, I'm just
Mhm.
finding a nice little ditty.
Mhm.
In the big old city. Oh no.
Yeah, definitely not a song called Heartbreaking. I don't think that's what I want right now.
Little ditty, Jack and Diane,
Mm.
American kids growing up.
I also have a song called Breaking Bollywood. Interesting.
Okay.
This is perfect. Okay. All right. All right. We are back. Thank you, viewers, for hanging on there, and thank you, players, for actually coming back to your stations. Not that that's ever been a problem, but just
Just-
thank you.
You're
Um,
welcome.
All right.
Yeah.
So we left off with Tegan coming out of the apothecary. Tegan, was there anything else that you wanted to do in town?
No, that was the primary objective. Yeah, was get that taken care of.
Okay. All right. So you heading back to the tent after you're done?
Back to
then?
the tent.
Okay. All right. Titan's still standing around. There are people kind of, bustling about. And so you'll pass some of the Rakshasa, as well as other, elves and other people as well. Everyone seems to kind of... For a second, I was about ready to reference a different campaign. It's fine, Stephanie. I was about ready to say that everyone's not giving you the stink eye like they did before, but that was in Penumbra Assembly. So, yeah, I mean, everyone seems to be kind of regarding you with a smile. As far as you can tell, and I would say since you're so perceptive anyways, I'll go ahead and just give you this without a roll. Like, you can kind of tell that, like, it's almost like, they're aware of, like, who you are. Pretty much everyone that passes you, except maybe, like, kids or something.
Celebrities.
Yeah. I mean, it's not in, like, a celebrity sense of, like, awe and, like, but it's, like, reverence. Like, it's just more kind of a friendliness. And I mean, it could just be them, or it could just be, it could be because of what that they know. So, so yeah, you get back to the tent. Juniper, was there anything else that? Let me just ask in general. Was there anything that anyone wanted to do in this last, like, say, probably at this point, like 40 minutes? Okay, Kazeel?
Yeah, while T was going around a little after, I would have I wanted to go shopping. See if there's specifically, when T asked back of holding on, right, I shouldn't, like, try and hold on to, like, the party one for this forge or whatever else. So I'm going to look and see if anyone's selling anything like that. Any magic items here that this place has for sale. Specifically bag of holding, but I'll see what they have.
Sure. Let me see here.
Check the inventory first for money. Okay.
You'd probably be able to find a variety of different things here, Kazeel.
Okay.
You'll notice in some shops you go into that, like, some items are a little bit more, they're not necessarily new, even though, like, the shopkeeper will kind of assure you that it still works, but look a little beat up. Your assumption here with, you're a smart person, is that, like, probably these were items found in, like, the wreckages and stuff of the cities.
Oh, okay.
And they're just reselling them.
All right.
In some cases, you'll actually come across a couple of shops that actually seem to be, and the shopkeepers will probably say this, that, like, it's items that they found in their city after it crashed, that they're selling, and that they've been allowed to sell here in the settlement. Yeah. Is there anything, I guess I should ask, is there anything in specific as far as magical items that you're looking for?
Specifically a bag of holding, and then I'll just
Okay.
look around and see what else they have
Okay.
outside of that.
Okay.
Or a haversack, any extra dimensional storage that'll at least hold the forge and whatever other bits I might want to put in there and not crowd up, like, the party space.
Okay. Is there a certain weight that you're looking for as far as the bag of holding goes?
Again, just at a minimum enough for the forge, with maybe a little more room in case I get anything else. I don't know how much that
Right,
you would have that
the
folded up forge with.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty small. I have way too many just stuff around me. I would say that you'd be able to find a bag of holding for probably about 400 gold here.
Okay. Is it one of the more beat up items? Like, just if I want to see if I'm gonna
You'd be
have
able
it or
to
not.
find one. The 400 gold one, it does have a little. It does look like it's been used before. You'll have a couple that have been sewn by what looks like they were handmade here, and then just had the magic added to them for a bag of holding because they look a little bit more just special and different. But those would be about 1,000 gold each, just because of the handcrafting.
Ah, I see. I'll ask whatever shopkeep. I found this. Oh, I don't have a prop for this. I found this bag. Shit. Okay, that sucks. And I'm looking to use it. I see it's a bit worn, of course. That happens. The price looks pretty good, but I'm a little strapped to pay it. So I'm here with my friends on a bit of a mission, somewhat important. And this would really help manage the equipment and items we need in order to complete the work we're trying to do.
Okay.
I know that you're all facing the library, and we're trying to do what we can to work against them as well. I didn't know that I understand if not, but if there's any leeway in this price, I can't even tell you how much it would. I'd appreciate it, how much it would mean to me on the mission. Is there any room at all to budge on this?
If you want to make a persuasion check, Kazil.
Persuasion. Oh, this is 14 plus 14, so 28.
Oof.
Was it a
Suddenly
20?
I wanna give
How
you-
much? How much was it?
It's 14 plus 14 for 28.
Okay, all right. At first I said 48. I was like, that's
Oh,
possible? I don't know.
yeah. Please turn Dan off and back on again.
Yeah.
That's not right.
Would 600 do? Or how much was it before 400?
It was 400.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I wouldn't do that.
That's perfect. I'll take it.
Would 300 work?
I have just 300. I can do it. I can do
Okay.
that.
Okay. That sounds good. It's a very young shopkeeper. Probably someone like allowing their kid to like run the shop while they're off at lunch or something. I mean, it's like he looks maybe like 14.
Okay.
Oh man, that kid's gonna get in
Um,
trouble.
Yeah, I can do it for 300. Sure.
Thank you. Oh, perfect. And I'll kind of turn away a bit and count out 300 gold, and there we go, 100, 2 and 300.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah,
thank
here you
you.
go. Just there's just a little tiny little mark here, but other than that, it works and it's good.
good. Perfect. I truly appreciate it.
Of course. Yeah. Customer is always right.
Listen, I'll tell you right now, you do that, you do you, but I think that if you've ever heard that, that's just corporate nonsense. Customers can be wrong. Make sure that you don't let them push you around, and you treat yourself with respect, and if they're not treating you with respect, you let them know what's what.
Okay. Are you wrong?
Not in this case, but
Okay.
you'll know. If someone's not treating you right,
Okay. Got you. Got
you
it.
just...
Got it. That's a good point. Yeah. I mean, my parents told me that, but I had my suspicions, right? Okay. That's good to know.
And I'm just gonna look and see if there's any other items in here that might.
Sure.
And I'm happy to do this after whatever too. I don't want to tie up you up or anyone.
No, I mean I can give you a
it's not
couple of
something that-
things here. You can find like a 6th level spell scroll. Yes.
Is it a wizard spell scroll?
That'll cost you 600 gold to find out.
yeah, right.
Yes,
It's
it
the
is a
this
wizard.
the
Yes,
grab bag.
it's a wizard spell scroll. Yes.
Okay, I'll make a note
Um,
for an area somewhere.
mhm. Also, let's see here. You can find some glamored studded leather at one of the shops, one of the tents close by. And you have a weapon shop as well if you're looking for any specific weapons. And also an Afridi chain is in one of the shops. That's one of the ones that looks like it came from like another city specifically. Yeah, I would say that that's the ones.
Okay.
If you want to try to look for anything specifically or anything else, you can make an investigation check, but it sounded like you were just kind of looking around.
Yeah, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you again. I appreciate it, and you take care.
Okay.
I've got 2 gold left over, and I'm just reaching in the satchel, put my gold and take 2 out, and put that down on the counter. Just
Oh.
for you, treat yourself. You did fine without care, so.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, and I'll remember what you said about customers not always right. Sometimes you have to be careful.
It's like triple their allowance.
Nice. Aye, don't let them treat you poorly.
I
I'm not
won't.
right in that case.
I won't do it.
Right,
I mean,
I'll try
have a
to
good day. Thank you.
You too. I'll head out.
As you head out, another customer comes in. You can go, "Hey, welcome. How can I help?" And
And then I'll head back to our tent.
okay, all right.
Mhm.
Anyone else have anything that they want to do in the next like half hour before it gets about dinner time? Okay. Kazeel, as you're heading back to the tent, someone stops in front of you, a very tall Rakshasa.
Mhm.
Seeming, I mean, from what you can tell, seemingly female. It has this striped skin,
Mhm.
with this white kind of going down her chest and belly. Very scantily clad, with just some leather kind of wrapped around. But seems like that she likes her clothing freedom. But seems very confident with some braids kind of like off to the side, half of the head shaved.
Mhm.
And she kind of has a sword at her side as well, long sword. You look familiar.
Oh.
And you see 2 Rakshasa kind of stop behind her as almost like guards.
Oh, okay. Oh, apparently I've lived lives before this one. Maybe you knew me in one of those. I'm Kazeel. Hold the hand out.
She'll kind of shake your hand very firmly.
Hmm.
Arbane. That
Aye,
was
that
your
was one
name.
of the lives. Mm.
That, I believe, was your original life. You don't,
Well understood.
kind of like looks at you.
Hmm.
You don't have any memories, I take it?
Not currently, unfortunately. Hoping to get them back.
Interesting. Okay. Well, it's, good to meet you in this form.
It's a pleasure. Might I ask your name?
The 2 kind of like Rakshasa guards behind her were kind of like, kind of these kind of bulky male appearing, kind of like take a step. She's like, "It's Adatra. I'm the, sorry for the formalities.
Sorry.
It's just a little strange for me that you don't remember anything, but I'm the chief of the Rakshasa here.
Oh.
We've
Come.
met before in your former life, I suppose."
Oh, well, I'm esteemed to have known you before. Someone so clearly powerful. It seemed very capable and friendly. I'm glad I knew you. Hopefully, I can
Yes.
know you again here in this life.
Of course. All right. Well, I'll see you at the
Yeah.
dinner. Correct?
I will all the more now that I know you'll be there. I like reconnecting with people, even if I don't quite remember them. At least nice people like yourself.
She'll kind of smirk and kind of give this kind of like, that almost turns into like a low purr.
Yes.
And
My glasses back on with that.
and we'll then. And she'll kind of like nod her head for the two to follow her, and she'll continue through the crowd. Make a perception check, Kazil.
While Kazil's sending Rolodex increases by 1.
Alright, it's 19 plus perception is 10. 29.
Okay. You'll notice that as you watch her leave, as you watch her walk away, that
I hate to see you leave.
other Rakshasa that she passes, she'll give it a little nod to, but they seem definitely to kind of like not step out of their way out of fear, but just out of reverence of like, good day, good day, good day, Chief.
Nice.
And we'll smile. We'll smile at her, so it doesn't seem like it's like a fear of anyone has any fear of her. But
Gotcha.
and she'll just continue down to the street until she disappears.
What did you get up to? Until...
Or down to.
Oh, hey. Yeah, nice, yeah. Oh shit! I'm sorry. The one other thing I wanted to buy was look for is an alchemy kit.
Oh,
for
sure.
Keegan.
Yeah. Let me see here.
Especially if they have any like really nice ones. I don't know if they come in a magic variety, but anything like really nice that'll treat them well.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll say that you were definitely able to find that probably at the same shop that he was at earlier. I'll just have to look up the
Okay.
pricing for that for you and get back to you.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll just get back to you with that pricing because it won't be that
Yeah.
much.
Okay, nice. All right, then I'll return. I'll wait until I see Tegan and I'll surprise him with that.
Okay. I wasn't expecting. I didn't anticipate shopping today. So of course, the one time that I'm just like, it's fine. I'm assuming that that's under alchemist kits, correct? Or tools? Okay. All right, yeah. I would say if you're wanting something like a little bit, with a little bit of, kind of engraving on the box, that's a little bit step up above. Is that what you're looking for?
I don't care so much about like how fancy it looks. More like if it gives them some additional benefit, like something that is put together has the extra, umbilic and like things, so they might get some like mechanic. I don't know if there's anything that mechanically costs more to give like extra boost or something like that.
Sure, yeah.
Or something like
I would say that the shop that you get it from, you have just a regular like alchemist kit that's like 50 gold pieces. But then you would have some that would kind of give you an advantage on like mixing potions together.
Okay.
And getting ingredients and kind of storing them. It has little storing kits in it, probably for about 80 gold.
Okay. I'll ask the kid. I'll have to borrow some money from a friend. Give me 10 minutes and I'll be back.
Okay, yeah, it's a female elf. Your female
okay.
presenting elf, the same one that bald, but very tall and lean. Okay, I'll be here for probably
Okay,
like
I'll
another
just-
half hour. But then I'll be open
Oh.
again tomorrow because of the
I'll
festival.
be quick then.
Okay.
Perfect. Oh, no,
Okay.
okay. That's all. Wait, I'll walk out and just walk like part around for 10 minutes and come back
Mhm.
in.
Okay.
I got just enough, thank goodness. Here we are, the 80 gold for this, and I'll pack that up in my bag.
Okay. Yeah.
Like,
All right.
enjoy the festival. I'm sorry, what's the festival again?
Oh, we'll just see the celebration. I'm sorry. That was kind of.
Oh,
I
all
just
right.
just like word festival sometimes, but
Oh,
yeah, just the dinner. We don't always do like the big dinners and things and the dancing and the
see.
music. So anytime it happens, it's a fun time. So
you're hard earned for everyone, I'm sure. So hope
yes,
you have fun then.
thank you. You as well.
Take
I'm
care,
sure
little
you'll be
one.
there, right?
Aye, yep.
Being kind of
Take care.
yes.
Enough
And
of
just
that.
take that gold out of your purse, Kazil, and yeah, you got yourself a special alchemy kit that will give
Nice.
advantage on any mixing with, trying to mix up potions or anything.
Okay. If you want to write that down, Ray, I'm giving it to you once I say
Okay.
I'll forget. Nice. Okay.
And
sorry,
yeah,
sorry.
you head back to the tent, and I think everyone's there. We'll say that even Gerbil will even kind of take, a few, we'll probably come back to the tent to kind of meet up with everyone before. And Pixrin's there too, of course. I don't want to forget about.
Oh, okay. Well, we're all Zavar, you're back. Good. Good to see everyone here. I have just a few things. Well, just one. I found something for you. Take it. So, and I'll take out. You'll see the bag of holding, but I'll just take it out of that and present, it to you. Apparently, it does. I'll tell you what it does. In addition, just to the normal mixing. Hope it's to your liking. Let me know if it's not, and I can return it and get something else.
Oh, this is really nice. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you.
Good,
I'll put it to good use and share my my luck and my findings with you on what I can make with it.
Lovely. I've always admired people that can do that alchemy. It's just doesn't click for me in my head. So I'm excited to see what you come up with, what you find with all that work.
Great.
Alright.
I appreciate it.
So I suppose we're here before the celebration to sort of figure out what questions we're going to ask and what not to say, if anything.
I don't, until we can figure out the relationship. Well, I think we're at our rope's end here. I don't know if we should really hold back.
We can't do worse than the library. Oh, sorry, Judy, please.
It's not as if we can go anywhere else. So
Right.
Plus, this
And
is
what?
at least, with Zavar. I mean, this is his ancestor. And Helena is Magdalene's ancestor, and
Right.
this is our last chance, I think, of figuring out where we go from here.
I mean, worst case is there's 2 lightning monsters after us and 2 cities being dropped on. It can't get much worse than what the library's doing already. So,
it could
fine.
possibly get much better. I mean, we've already found old friends,
Aye.
and maybe we can let our guard down. Just no. Okay. No.
Never.
I'd like to think so, but until we get there, until that check's in the bank, I can't even relax until I got it in my hand. It's not the same. It's well, I think that
This is what I want.
I mean, so far the library seems bloody like invincible, right?
Mm.
Dropping cities, sending gargantuan lightning storm monsters after us, and visions of sinking ships.
I just
Oh, sorry,
hopefully
Julian.
no. I'm interrupting left and right. Sorry.
No, I just meant sorry for bringing it up.
Yeah.
Perhaps that was insensitive.
At the very least, I probably won't find a ship No, I'll find half a ship in the wreckage of these cities, but at least I won't find my crew probably. I mean, because that's the library is doing, and so far the library isn't here, other than what we've brought with us. But I'm sure that Gerbil has his opinions on what we should and should not ask and bring up. But I mean, I just want him to have a chance to reunite, and I just want one evening where we can maybe not worry about a city falling on us or a giant titan in the ocean. Just kind of looks at the tent flap. But I guess we're gonna have to have this conversation tonight. So
I think for me, understanding what the library is trying to do, what these underground, from what we've learned, right? There's those points of power on the map that Gerbil has that form the triangle overlapping between the planes. And we also learned that they're underground in the prime, with 3 points of power, and that they're trying to raise this great one. So I think learning exactly how are they planning to do that, if they know here, and what we can do to stop it. Like, I just hope we get something actionable. Like, if you do this and this, that's the best you can do. Try that, see if it works.
I mean, maybe that prophecy. Maybe if someone can really clarify that, maybe it's very clear, and the library just kept the real version from us. That seems very library-ish, and
you all are talking about very important things. You're making good plans, and I would normally like to think that I am in agreement and thinking the same things, but I have to warn you. I feel that I am facing my only living relative. I did not grow with my parents, and I'm finding it more and more difficult to consider objective questions based on all of our experiences. I'm afraid I may, if I'm not careful, monopolize all of our time if I have the opportunity to ask about my family and my connection. I'm not sure how to reconcile my need for information at the same time that we need information about the library and our future.
I think that's very important too.
But at the same time, I really do not hope. I hope that I do not wish to cause our time to be so distracted that we do not get the information that we must have going forward. I suppose I'm asking for help. Gently remind me if I do seem to lose control of my questions and my intentions. I want to be part and I want to contribute, but this is something I did not think that I would be facing, and I've been trying to prepare myself during this rest, and I'm not sure how I will react during this next event. So I guess I'm apologizing ahead of time and asking you to just help me. If you can hand me a drink, tell me to stop talking, whatever you need to do. Because I know that while this may be important to me, the rest of this is more important for I hate to use the phrase, but the greater good.
I think we have the time to do both. I understand if it was half an hour and then we had to leave, but We have the time. And maybe it'd be helpful just maybe they can speak now before we even have the meeting. There's some time left before the celebration. Maybe you have a one or bring a maybe we use the buddy system. But you and a friend pick someone and and you can go have that conversation if you wish and get those questions out. And that's important, Saval. That's very important.
Perhaps you're right. Maybe there is time that I could pose those ahead of time.
Right?
I was just afraid that we were running out.
We've been chased for day after day. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
We're not leaving, Savar. That we're here. There, unless we find a portal here that no one told us about that will take us literally anywhere. I don't. And if that's the case, I'm gonna have words with Magdalene. Stuck on that godforsaken ocean. We're here for answers, okay? And I mean, you've come a long ways from just delivering a box to this group. I think you earned yourself some answers.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm feeling that I would like to believe that I do, but I'm still questioning myself. So, yes, I may follow that plan that you suggested.
Good. Good.
I think the easiest thing for us to do would be just, first of all, appreciate you thinking of it and acknowledging that you are anxious about it and might get a little overboard with it. I mean, that's certainly understandable, especially we're all having the same questions about how our ancestors have played a role in this. I think we'll clue you in when we're done asking our questions. We'll just say something like, I think Savar had some more questions for you, and we'll turn it over to you for that then.
I think actually I really do like that idea. It gives me time to listen and to learn about him a little more based on the answers of our other questions, and gives me a little more time to drink a little bit more before we get there.
That always helped.
Yeah, you have no idea.
Well, it's just
I think
keep
I
your wits
appreciated
about
that
you, though.
version.
You don't want to misremember something that was said during the night. So.
Very true, very true. That's good advice. I will be cautious. I will make sure not to do something that would cause me to forget the details. These will be very important details. You're very wise. I appreciate being with all of you. Thank you. This is very important to me. Who knew that this was going to happen?
A simple delivery job, eh?
Hey.
Simple delivery job. And here I am. Well, here we all are. I mean,
Here we are. We're on a simple missing person request.
Hey, poor lad's lover.
Okay. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me speak, and I will do my best to either be quiet or contribute as we pose our questions and hopefully get the answers. And I'll be patient. I'll be patient. Yeah.
Good.
That will help. I think that will be the best course. Thank you all.
Thank you. Of course.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing. Some other things that I think might be important, other than that, right? Finding something actionable, understanding what they're doing with these places of power on. Maybe that's what we need to target. Would be well, I was going to ask about the jewel, but clearly they don't know anything about that. maybe we can see if there's anything. The historian and I were hitting it off, and she seems like perhaps less interested in the library and more about that, the history and everything else, preserving a lot of that, and almost perhaps felt like she currently felt the library was the best option for that. So maybe we can help. Maybe we can help. I don't even know.
Also, maybe the rifts. I mean, what
Aye.
role do the rifts play in all this? Opening up portals, caverns to where? Who knows?
I want to ask about the Trinworths as well, back from Fairweather. They had, the siblings there where their father recently passed and such. I think Colum knew him from some time ago, back when Rinka was just his apprentice. And the siblings were just like nasty little bastards at the time. But they got really powerful there, and are definitely working for the summoning that evil creature side of things. I feel like we're woefully uninformed. And I seem to be right in the middle of it with Rinka, so I thought maybe I'd ask if they know anything about that too. And lastly, I feel I made such a terrible misstep with the cafe. I don't even think we'll have the time to go out there. The fellow Torchlight folks, said that they saved a few, but the other people were dead there. They found the bodies left. And I thought if I could get, before it's too late, Geneva's body, maybe I could do something about trying to bring her back. Or the other folks, if they're still there. Or maybe they can.
Maybe they can, yeah.
You
But I don't know, aside from Magdalene, do they ever step foot outside the crown? Maybe it falls upon us to do that.
I'd just like to put it, I understand it might not be in the plan. We might have to go and do other things, but if it's a possibility, if it just sounds like they killed him and left him there, I'd like to try.
I don't want to be the one who has to say that, but the library doesn't seem to make things so simple. It's very likely that maybe if they thought they could be used in some way, they might have taken them, and there's no bodies left. Yeah, I don't put anything past them. So,
I'm dropping cities.
yeah. So, I mean, I wouldn't plan on it too much unless we can see that there's something there. Seems like a perfect trap to me. What I said, relax, right? We're gonna relax tonight. Let our guard down. That's never gonna happen.
At one point, I'm sure.
Never gonna happen. Sometimes a body is just a body. Savar, are you still drinking that? This is...
So while you're asking me that, I'm moving towards Tegan. If you want a drink, you can take it. But I'm just gonna stand next to you, Tegan, and I'm gonna pull out that note from my tunic, and I'm just gonna hand it to you.
Okay.
I posted it too, so you could read it. And I said,
Okay.
Maybe I should not have done this without mentioning what I was doing, but I got this from the box, and I'm still not 100% sure I understand all of it, but I think I understand some of it enough to know that you should probably know what this says.
Okay. Take a open it. Read it. I don't know about you, Zavar, but this at dealings like this is almost a taunt.
So I was afraid that I do not know, and I hope that it is not related to the questioning that we are about to present and the timing. Well, I suppose it was a bad judgment on my account, but now that I've done it, I want to make sure that you have all the information.
Thank you. And I'll show the note to Kazeel, seeing he had just made comment about it.
Oh. And what does note say again?
Hold on, I'm going to post it.
Alright.
There. Now you can read it.
And this was from.
It was in the box.
Golden box.
Yeah. This was the box that
Aurelius had given. Well, the guy.
Oh.
this was the magic box that information can be passed back and forth to. One night I was too curious. I asked a question. I sent a note and I just asked, who are you? And because I wasn't sure, or if that something had changed, or if there was someone still there. And this was the response. It's not what I expected, and I just hope I didn't make anything worse.
Well, some like not friends. Well, sometimes we might be able to use that to work some misinformation or something to whoever's on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that's helpful. Ask a
Possibly.
question like, "Don't you know something?" or have a part truth or something. Maybe there's an opportunity there. Fuckers.
We'll work on the reply. Maybe something worded that could go both ways.
Hmm. Well,
I'll think on that.
if that's it, should we? I am getting a bit hungry. Is it time?
I think I need to sniff some more jugs.
All right.
Okay. Yeah.
Damn it.
At around that time, you will hear some very lively music start up from outside, and yeah, it seems like the party is starting. It is now, getting dusk. Sun's, set. Sun's going real low, big guy.
Sun's going down.
Sun's going down. Sun's real low. And yeah, you step out of the tent, and already things that, you before in the daylight you didn't see the lanterns hung up everywhere, just because that they were off, but now that it's starting to get dark, you can see those lit up. Looks like they have different colors around them to kind of cascade different colors around all of the tents. Some, you see kind of through a line of tents, down this kind of alleyway of tents, that you can see some people, in the about 40, 50 feet away, kind of dancing and celebrating. You can see a table set up. Some people are still kind of talking around the tents and stuff, but they're all kind of moving towards this banquet. You can hear the ocean waves crashing from the plateau below. You see this kind of large glowing eye of the Titan out in the water that seems to be still now kind of almost pacing back and forth, so you kind of feel those heavy footsteps in the ground beneath your feet, as well as hear them. Yeah. Feel that nice kind of a cool breeze as it's evening now. And as you walk through the tents and get out into the opening, large table set up. It seems to almost be like handcrafted to be like just a large kind of pieces of one table that they put together, with benches set up of all different types and variations, some of wicker, some of wood, some of just like these huge pieces of like stone, or like you imagine pieces from like the rubble and stuff that they've dragged over here. All very interesting, and they have almost like a makeshift tent over this table, kind of put together with some pieces of metal from like the rubble as well that they've taken out. It's all very interesting looking, but also very beautiful with the lanterns, and you have some most of the people I think are probably like finishing setting the table, sitting down, about ready to start eating. You have some live music playing that kind of gives it a jaunty atmosphere. But everyone seems to be smiling, laughing, and having a good time. You'll notice that towards the head of the table, you'll have Nidranal sitting, not at the very head. There's no one that's clearly above everyone else, but it does seem like this kind of end of the table definitely has some precedence. You'll have Nidranal sitting there, as well as Kazil, you would recognize Adatra, the Rakshasa chief, sitting near that end as well. You also have, let's see.
Give a nice wave.
You also have an individual, a few individuals. You have one that's difficult to tell a gender, has a mask on, kind of like a wooden mask or a stone mask with, and it seems that their body is completely covered. They have a hood on, but the rest of the body is completely covered either in clothing or bandages. But I'm just pointing out people who are sitting at this end of the table, so they're sitting there close to Nidranal. You also have a drow woman, who with kind of like scraggly white hair, but has these beautiful like golden jewelry on. But it has an eye patch as well, sitting there. She seems to be wearing a cloak too, kind of mostly covered up, but not completely. And yeah, I think that is it. There are people already starting to sit down with their, it seems to be kind of a banquet style, so you can grab some food and sit down with it. They have servers there at a separate table. And there seem to be about 7 chairs empty on that side of the table with these others, with Nidranal and the others, that have a reserved sign on them. Magdalene will kind of, catch you. Oh, hey.
No.
You don't have to, but Nidranal suggested, and I thought was a good idea. Especially since you'll have a lot to talk about, if you wanted to sit with Nidranal and the others. I guess I should. So of course you've met Nidranal. You also have Adatra there, the Rakshasa. She's the chief of their people here. Been here longer than we have.
I see.
And the one with the mask and the bandages, That is sorry, I'm like scrolling through a million notes. That is Agnes
Okay.
Alpin.
Ooh.
She recently, well, not recently, but it's been a few months since she came back. Well, no, not maybe a couple years now. I'm sorry, I get. But she was gone for a while and came back here. So, but she's been, helping out. Nidrano seems to trust her, so the rest of us do. And
Maggie, I'm sorry.
uh-huh.
Agnes, when she left,
Yes.
did she have all that stuff on? Or was she like, was that new from when she came back?
She's always been, well, I didn't really pay attention to her much before, as I wasn't really that involved, I guess. But, I mean, I don't think so. I think that it's probably newer.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Please carry on.
No, it's okay.
Thank you.
And the dark elf with the white hair and the hood, that is Athera. Athera and Agnes, of course, are part of the, and she kind of motions towards you, Kazil, part of the founders of the library, as well as with your ancestors. So, well, and you, Kazil. It's weird. But yeah, if you don't have to sit there, but they thought that'd be a good place to, kind of chat. Or, Nadrano, would probably tell you that it's no problem if you want to sit amongst everyone else. But, okay. Is there anything else I can help you with? Just help yourself to food and dancing later. She kind of gets a little excited there for a second and like calms down. Mm-hmm.
Will you be sitting with us as a fellow person with lineage and such at any point?
Yes. Yeah, I'll be there as well. Mm-hmm.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go. All right, I guess time to eat.
A plethora of food. I mean, it's a lot of it is a lot of things that are made with like grown stuff, vegetables, fruit. Nothing really probably out of your comfort zone that you've never had before. But it does seem that they're operating a lot off of crops, but then also there are things there that you're like, that doesn't, I haven't seen any meat here. But you would, you'll also see some people there kind of crafting food magically as well. Like almost like something with like a hero's feast or something that it's like, Yeah.
Quick question out of character. Is that Ethera? Etheria?
Athera, ATH. Let me see how I exactly spelled it here, so I can give you the correct spelling. ATHIERA.
Is that from the list we had before of who I think it is?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
If that name was on the list,
then
then
I
yes.
looked earlier. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mind you, Athera and Agnes were not on the list at the bottom of the stairs at the end of that dungeon when we went up on the beach. They were the two missing names.
Right. Okay.
But what's his name? Nadrana was on that list there.
Okay.
I'll find a seat near Doctra.
Yeah. Okay. All right. If you, I would say that you're able to sit beside Adatra, and she'll has plenty of meat on her plate.
Oh, nice.
As
Could
well
you
as,
save the seat for me? I'll joke.
of course.
You're too kind. Yeah, but really, you don't you mind if I sit, do you?
Of course not. I wouldn't have saved it if I did. You're gonna smirk.
Brush up if they sit down.
Yeah. And the rest of you are sitting. Are you sitting with the rest of the at that part of the table as well for the other three of you?
The reserve seating, yes.
Juniper, yes. Javar, yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right, and Gerbil will. I mean, everyone will. Let me see. Let me see if someone. If.
What do we do? That doesn't sound
Snake.
good. Yeah.
A
Never
snake.
mind. Never mind.
Snake jazz.
I would say that probably
Recruiter.
we would. Y'all would get towards the table, and you would notice Pixrin, kind of like pause, seeing someone, seeing one of the people with Nidranal. Just kind of pause and like, oh, that's strange. And I would say that she'd probably sit the farthest away in that reserved area. And just be acting really super weird.
I'll send message to Pixrin.
Okay,
I'll
all right.
cast sending.
Okay.
Not
Just-
spell slides anyway.
She's kind of like
Send-
slowly picking at her food.
Oh, Pixin. So, I think that's your ancestor. Is something wrong though? You seem a bit off-put and acting strange down there. Everything all right?
Casillo, that's not my ancestor. That's Varys's. That's Varys's mother. Not mine. No.
Oh. Well, that's not good. All right.
I'm a little, surprised. I mean, sending, you don't get... Does sending work? Sending works like a sending stone, right? So we've
Mm-hmm.
kind of...
25.
Okay.
25,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So she'll just say, after sending that, she'll say... Because I wasn't thinking... I was thinking more of, like, the mind link that we have in, like, half of the other campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
She'll
Oh,
respond. She'll respond, Casillo, that's not my ancestor. That's Varys's mother. A little confused and scared, honestly. She looks beat up. Not sure what to do. She just kind of like looks at you across the table. Like,
Shit. You haven't had any rest. Okay. That's it. That's because I had to use a bunch the other day. It's all my through.
Just kinda like-
stuff sucks.
just try and like take a bite of something or drink. Probably take a big drink of something. Are you going to say
Oh,
something?
sorry. Yeah. I'm just a quick bit. I'm terribly sorry. I had something I wanted to discuss with my friends before we sat. I entirely forgot, but it's a little bit important. Friends, I know we just sat down or sitting down. Can I just have 1 minute of your time? I entirely forgot about something that I want to just cover before we engage with the people that are here to help us. I know it's all very complicated and a lot of things going on. I just wanted to check something with you all first. You have just 2 minutes.
Gerbil just kind of like looking around.
Like,
Uh,
what?
Sure. Sure.
I
Conceal.
suppose.
Kind of like slowly like pushes chair out.
I'm so sorry, and I'll apologize to like the hosts. I'm just a couple of minutes. I'm very. I know it's very rude. You know what we know what you've been through and what we've been through in the past. It's just something I have to just check real quick. I hope you'll understand.
Gerbil will sit down his glass and like
Ah,
start, going off to the
Nice.
side.
okay. But I kind of say that just to the other hosts and stuff at the table. The apology.
Pixwin
here.
will like drop her fork and quickly like run after, come after.
Then I'll leave after apologizing to the hosts. And yeah, and I'll just be like, we just need some police. And lad, could I even ask you just to put up your dome? Just there's something that's a bit concerning, and I don't want anyone to hear us.
Right here,
Maybe in the
in front.
hallway or back by the tents, inside the tent, maybe.
If we go back this way, I'd be kind of
Hey.
points back to where the tent is. So, yeah.
Well,
So he'll
I think
put
it's
up
worth
his
it.
he'll put up his tent. I mean his dome.
Okay.
He'll raise his tent.
Going. Oh my gosh. Most of the dome is
Renarius, goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
I'm
gonna have to
so
cover us all.
awesome. Oh, it's majestic. Well, I guess I'll just turn this once the dome is up. I'll turn this over to you, Pixen, if you want to share with everyone,
Oh,
because that's concerning.
well, that the one with the hood and the white hair that was sitting close to Nadranel, that's Varys's my ex's mother.
Well,
It's not
that must be
her.
incredibly awkward.
Hey, but we're all supposed to
Yes.
have our ancestors and such. I thought that was supposed to be hers.
No, it's not mine, Kazeel. I believe. Wait a minute. Let me. I had this open.
Oh, who's yours?
No. Mine was not mine. Mine was
Agnes?
mine was my mother Nara. She was on the original list that I gave you.
Oh,
Of those.
Nava or Nara?
Yeah, oh, Nava. Sorry, that's me not being able to read my own writing. That's
Okay.
that's Nava.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Hold on.
That's
Alright.
my ancestor. No. Athera is Varys' mother.
Got it.
All right. Are we concerned about this? Because we know what Varys has been up to, that they're currently
Yes.
working with the library.
Well, I mean, since we found these names, I've been a little freaked out, honestly. But I just didn't say anything, so I thought, well, maybe we wouldn't see her. Maybe she was dead. But she's not, obviously. Unless that's someone that looks exactly like her. Oh, but no, Magdalene said her name. So that's her. And my Southern's gotten really rough since the last time I spoke. And
Nice. It's all right. And you said she looked a wee bit hurt too, right? Banged up. How much she usually
Yeah, I'm
looks
not-
like.
yeah, I mean, did you see she had cuts on her face? Like, well, healing cuts, not fresh ones, but she looked not the picture of health that I remember Athera, holding herself up to be. She used to keep very good care of herself. She prided her looks, as most drow women do. But, anyways. Yeah, she definitely looked different. And, but I'm still, there's definitely a history there. I mean, I never really had that much of an issue with Thera herself, but I mean, her son is kind of, I don't know, evil incarnate, so it kind of
Right.
makes one wonder.
I guess that's right. I guess that's my question. Do you feel that his mother was at all in line with the way that Varys thinks and behaves and such? Was she also of similar mind?
She was always usually busy, honestly. I didn't really know her that well. I mean, drow women, we kind of, we have a lot to do in our society. We have a
Right.
lot, we keep up with a lot. We kind of run the world down there. And she was always busy. I didn't really have that much close contact with her, but
Oh.
she never would have let herself look like that. And I'm not sure that she'd ever be up here. I mean, she kind of prided herself on, you know, the clan and the people. And I'm not really sure what she's doing, but then I kind of think that of my own mother too. But I don't. Something I need to talk to him about because I didn't know. I don't know. It's all very confusing, and I'm not gonna trust her as far as I can throw her until I have proof otherwise.
What do we all think? That sounds like Pixel doesn't even know if she's behaved, like what she's done with her life, the mother, whether or not she's participated in any of this of Eris's stuff. But if she ran their entire clan and Varys was trying to take over that dwarven city and work with them, then she must have known about that. And then it got dumped from the sky. I feel like she at least had to know. I don't know. She runs the clan, and Varys was like speaking on behalf of the clan to say, let's work with this dwarven city, the one they just dropped. And the dwarves said no. She must have been in on that. She runs the city.
I don't know. It makes me. I mean, I might not trust her, but she does look bad. And I know from experience that it's often a look that a drow who has been hunted either by others or their own kind, it has that same kind of look to it. I mean, other than that, that or she's gotten into a fight, but it seems like the cuts seem set deep, I guess. And she looks different. Even, I mean, I kind of watched her across the table, and I think she caught my eye a couple of times and kind of quickly looked away because I'm sure that she feels similar.
Right. Well, what do you all think then? What are your thoughts? I'll look around at everyone else.
Pixern, I
Yeah.
defer to. I want to defer to you, but my gut feeling is we can't have that tension at the table. I think we need to clear the air. I mean, my patience is running thin with this. I think we just confront them straight out. And if they vouch for her, then we pretty much don't have much of a choice, do we?
No.
But we should ask
Right.
that, let's not leave anything off the table. Let's say we are aware of who that person is and what their relationships are to a certain Varys. And so we're concerned and we want an explanation.
I agree with Kagan.
Time for Koi is long gone.
Don't have the energy for it either.
But I wanted to, if you're not comfortable with that picture.
I mean, if you wouldn't mind starting the conversation, I'll chime in where I can.
As you always will.
In other words, don't make the DM have a conversation with herself, please.
What are your thoughts,
Ah.
Pixrin?
My favorites.
All right, I'm sorry to take you all away. I just saw poor Pixrin, bothered by something, and that was a surprise to me.
It's eerie. But something seems off about her. From the woman that I knew, in the city in the Drow city, she seems different, but looks the same, but different. So I can't put my finger on that. It's almost like, I don't know. Maybe it's a twin.
Right, we hear you. Thank you, Pixie. All right. All right. Well, let's get back to it then. And anything else that comes up, I guess we'll just know to address right then and there, frankly and honestly, and get whatever answers they're going to be willing to give us.
Rhaenyra's is like sweating. Do you want me to stay here with the dome?
No. We'll cancel this out. I just didn't want anyone
I
listening
can
in.
if you want me to.
No, it's all right, lad. Come on and enjoy the food.
Okay. I'll drop the dome. All right, and you head back to the festivities.
Excellent. We might need you, lad.
As you
Stay with us.
approach, like where your chairs were, Nadrana will. Oh, everything okay? Did you find everything? Food?
Oh, again, my apologies. We just, well, we're discussing, we've been through so much with the library and lies and twists and turns, and we've been given such kind favor since we arrived here. And we'll look in an open discussion for answers. And I just wanted to speak with everyone and make sure we're all comfortable just having at it with you. You being honest with us, hopefully. We'll be honest with you.
Definitely.
Get a
yeah.
concern because, of course, we've had interactions with Varys and Pixar, of course, in particular. And when we encountered, and I won't even make any judgment. I'll look at her.
Athera. You see
Athera.
her kind of, when you mention Vera, she'll kind of like tense up at what she was eating and kind of put down the fork.
Sorry. We won't even make any judgments. We thought, let's just be completely transparent. We have some very wise people here in our group, and that's what we arrived at. So we're just hoping for just an understanding, as it seems it makes us a little nervous, given what Varys has done.
Nadrana will nod and still seems pretty relaxed. Of course, yes. Kind of look at Athera. Athera, do you want to tell your side of things? Kind of glance at Pixrin. Yes. You can test my truthfulness if you have the magic to, but my story is a little, well, and you kind of look at Nadrana, it's a little hard to believe. I've been, ousted, as it were. And Pixar must be like, how recently? Oh, it's most of Ferris's life. Pixar shakes her head. No, I've seen ya. Athera, you don't have to lie. I saw you at the wedding. I saw you at all these different events. I know what you look like. It wasn't me. I've been someone is parading as me. Things haven't been right with the clan for a while, and I sensed it, and I spoke against it. And my husband was always, if you're not aware, but in most Drow clans, women are, the heads, usually. my husband was never satisfied with that. And at first I thought it was just, whimsy. But soon found that he wanted more power than usual, than expected. And when I spoke out against what he was trying to orchestrate and what he was teaching Varys at a young age, I was exiled and replaced. Adriano nods and is kind of looks kind of almost a shrug over to like you, Kazil, and the rest, and like I know it sounds far-fetched. I thought so too at first, but she has people that she still sends to down there, and I have reached out to them myself and have verified the story. We have a couple of witnesses, and I mean, if I always trusted Athera, and trust her now.
Doctor, what's your impression of Athera? If we both don't mind me asking.
Well, I'd say like after eating a bit, she probably has like almost like a consistent low purr about, about her, especially like when she speaks. Well, I have no doubt to doubt. I mean, I have no reason to doubt Athera. I don't really, you should know, I don't really enthrust myself upon Nadrano and the Torch's business. But we've welcomed them here to this island and made agreements, and I'm here to help protect them. But I've never seen Athera act out in any way. I believe, Athera, didn't you try to go back to your... yes, I did try to go back a few years ago and barely made it back. And Datra looks back at you, Kazil, and the rest. I don't doubt the word of a woman who was beaten for just trying to see her child.
Thank you, Doctor.
Athera becomes very silent as she kind of continues eating. Pixrin will probably speak up. It does sound a bit far-fetched, but if it's true, Athera, I didn't have any idea. I mean, I'm sorry. Athera will kind of shake her head and kind of smile ever so slightly at Pixrin. It wasn't your fault. You don't have anything to be sorry for. And kind of go back to eating.
No.
Nadrano, Athera, you might be of some help. She has given us information on certain things that she's found out from her own contacts underground, and also from what she's learned and was able to find out in the few moments that she had when she tried to get back. We can talk about that, when we're talking about it, but I'm sure that, you know of the Great One and the library wanting to awaken it. Well, it's according to Athera here, and Athera will kind of nod. It's being held in the Underdark, underground. I believe, Athera, are you? I'm fine. I'm okay. She's gonna put down her fork. Yeah, it's being held in a abandoned dwarven city down there. I don't know if you're aware. Are all of you from Osbergen, or I mean, other than Pixrin, but
Mostly, I think.
and you know that there are several. There were more, but I think a few of them have fallen and, well, or been thrown on the coast of this island, it seems. There are some dwarven and drow cities beneath the surface of Osbergen, underground. Well, that's where Pixrin's from, but in an abandoned dwarven city there, I believe, Tardarum. That's Thardarum. I believe in Tardarum. They're that's where they're keeping the Great One. In a cavern of sorts there that they've created.
Is the Great One still Sim? Does it still inhabit part of his body or something? Something renewed.
Athera will kind of glance over at Rhaenyra and glance back at you, Casil. I was able to catch a glimpse. This is far beyond man now. The underground portion of these cities are usually huge caverns. The Great One is almost taking up more space than what they have down there in that one area. We're talking, I don't know, to kind of lean in, I don't know how much, you seem like you're traveled adventurers. I don't know how much you've dealt with, aberrations. If I had to give a name to it, I would definitely say that this has turned into an aberration.
That's not good.
It's beyond anything I could have imagined, and almost godlike. At least that's how that they reverence it. And well, they do consider it a god. But I mean, it's
Actually there now.
yes.
Do you know anything about, we found maps with places of power, 3 of them, underground in the Prime, have at their center, when overlapped with them glimpse, Estasia. Do you know what those places of power are, since they're underground? Maybe you don't?
I'm surprised you don't. We created that map as points to feed the Great One. So, Nadranel kind of speaks up. I'm not sure about Osbergen, but I know here in the Dimglint we have had scouts discover in those areas chambers that are meant to hold mages, and crystals attached to them that are supposed to feed the Great One power. We don't have a time or when that's supposed to happen. We can't tell that they've been actively used, but there definitely have been built, and it's not an old. Back when we created the library, we knew of the Great One and we worshipped it. Not well, I mean, reverenced it is probably more to the effect. I don't think any of us were that religious of individuals, but we knew, we believed in what the Great One to us and some other people represented, and that was power of mages. We thought that it would bring the mages power, if it had power. So we made a plan for ways to give the Great One more power. We were going to do it more natural ways. You, as our Bane, wanted to, especially. And me as well, and a couple of others. But it was Bastille who was dead set on the idea of it being actual mage energy. And while we wanted to maybe take it into an volunteer sort of thing, other mages who believed in the Great One to volunteer their power and not sacrifice themselves, but to just give some of their power to the cause. To Bastille, that was never enough. And it continued to not be enough. He thought that it needed to be all of their energy. And well, that's when the rifts started, cracks started appearing in our friendship, union. Yes, the areas are there. The chambers, I guess. They've done that since, we left. But they're definitely continuing on with the idea that, with Bastille's idea.
It's
And
a lot in any
that's-
danger. Gesture over Venarius.
He'll kind of look at you confused until you gesture and be like, oh.
I mean, I know we're all in danger.
You'll
Is he in any
you'll
specific
hear
danger?
an answer in your head, Kazil.
Oh, okay.
It can be used. If that's what you're asking.
I can respond to that, right?
You find that you can, yes.
Okay. Or I'll try to, yeah. Are there any protections against that? I'll just clear my throat at the table so as not to be too suspicious. Just a moment, but sorry.
We can talk about that and try to come up with something later. Absolutely. I want to help the boy. He seems innocent enough.
Excuse me, but I'll respond like there's something that we should probably share then. Something we found safely in an extra dimensional space right now. there's a box that we found that has. Was it a heart? It was Sim's
Yeah,
heart,
there was
right?
kind of like a dried up heart in there.
A dried up heart that gave me a vision of Sim plunging it out of his own chest. It's locked up in the box again in an extra dimensional space, but it's here. And we sort of just wanted to destroy it. Just want to make sure we're not helping accidentally the library by having this thing with us.
Are you saying this out loud? Because you are still on
Oh,
mentally.
that's out loud. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy.
All out on the table.
Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I was just trying to find something here. Where did I put it in here? Okay. What is everyone's passive perception?
Oh, good question.
20.
Okay.
16.
17.
Okay.
11.
Okay. Cause I'm gonna private message you.
Oh, no. Okay.
Wow. Very high.
What was her name again? Let's see here.
Yeah, for real. It's like,
Too many people. Too many people. Okay. It's not time for a cliffhanger. Okay.
I'll call that out. Fuck it, right? All our shit in the table, right? Everything all right, Agnes? I'm gonna try and point out that she just straight up dropped her fork in a surprise or whatever. Not saying that, but just
Right.
like,
And she
quickly
does
kinda
this,
draw everyone's
and just to remind that she is the one that just had the mask on.
attention.
So you're not able to like see any facial expressions, but you did see that.
I bet it's Sim.
And Nadrana will kind of look over to her, kind of confused, and kind of back to you, Kazeel. And no, just slip. And we'll kind of like,
Insight check.
Yeah, team
Sure.
insight.
All right, yeah.
Oh, everybody pile on.
Natural 20. Yeah, let's see what the modifier is, baby. What's my insight? Is it good on this
Wow.
one? 10. That's 10. 30.
Okay.
26.
26. Juniper
12.
and Zavar. What was your insight? If you want to roll one.
I did. Dirty 20.
Okay. You're 20.
What's one?
Okay. So Tegan, Kazeel, and Zavar. I didn't say Jafar. Tegan, Kazeel, and
Plot twist.
Zavar. You do notice
These
that.
Arabian Nights.
Yeah, with your insight check, you can tell that she's definitely covering up. She's definitely not saying something. And definitely seems like with her voice and even with like her hand picking up her fork, it seems a little nervous. But I will also say that if you, probably especially Kazeel and Tegan with like your perception scores and stuff, that you would have noticed that she seems to be like if you looked at her at all, like if you looked at her, during this like whole conversation and sitting at the table this whole time, that she does seem to be very kind of like, she would have carried on conversation with like Nadrana or something at some point, and she does seem to be very kind of like anxious sounding and very kind of like a little bit jerky with her movements, like almost like a very anxious person would be. So while that's not completely outside of the scope of how she's been acting, you can tell that she's that she's not saying everything, that she's definitely hiding something. And also like in her voice, you can see a little shake in her hand, whether that's from this or from just her, how she's been acting this entire time. Adriana will kind of like
looking at spells.
look and just kind of like go back to eating, I guess.
Hmm.
Take another bite of something, and
The lad has had this incredible draw to just stare almost at the creature outside in the water. Is that? I'm just so worried about the lad and his connection. Is that something we need to be worried about? Seem more than a natural curiosity. Sorry, I guess I just have to ask.
could you make another perception check, Cosio?
She's gonna drop her forearms or knife. All right, that's not terrible, but it's all right. I think my perception's plus 10, so 24. It's a 14.
Okay. You notice that she, you said 24?
Mhm.
Okay. You'll notice that Agnes kind of, not really loud enough for everyone to hear, but kind of do a little choke on her food as when you ask that.
Are you sure you will, Agnes?
Oh,
Listen, I understand if you're nervous.
Adriana will kind of pat her on the back and kind of look. She's a little anxious seeming, so.
Anxious.
Well, I can understand that. That's just making us a wee bit nervous that we keep mentioning things about the lad.
Do you
and
say that out
seem to
loud? Are you
just-
saying this out loud to Adriana?
I'm saying this out loud. Like I
love
just,
that.
there's cards on the table, Dina. It's,
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Like-
like
Her being anxious makes me not anxious.
hey, I
Um,
mean, the fork drop means it was shocking, right? Because I'm pretty insightful. And then the right after with the lad, I just we're worried about him and trusting people after the library. Can you please just be truthful? We'll understand if you're nervous. But when
Were
you
you
brush it
asking
off,
that
I can,
to
this is Agnes,
Agnes?
and I can tell you're laying. It makes me extra nervous.
And Adriana will kind of
I'm
look from
pleading with
you to Agnes. And Agnes will look at Adriana and kind of back at you. Why are you questioning me like this?
Oh no, this is sort of how things went with the library. So I'm very insightful. As you know, I've lived a very long time.
Yes, I know.
and
I remember.
All right, no, I wish I could remember everyone, but I know when people are being deceitful, and you have to understand. I'm not trying to accuse anything like that. It's
You were like
just
this
we've been
before,
through so much
too.
deception.
I just needed
Please
to.
understand. Please.
Adriana, I don't know what they're talking about. I don't
Yeah,
know.
Look at everyone else. Like,
It seems like you and Arbane have something to work out. I don't know. Adrenal still seems like he's kind of still a little bit taking a jovial attitude with it of just kind of like, I don't know what's going on, but okay. Like, Agnes, why don't you, could you, Agnes will kind of look at him like, really? Like kind of like, look, I mean, you can't see like facial expressions, but just kind of look at, it's like,
Incredulous.
please, could you just step away and I'll talk to Kazil and see what the problem. He was
Maybe
like
not too
this.
far.
He was like this before too. I just can't. I know
It's
it's
not
fine.
just-
Just let's talk it out, right? Just please, 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 please. And Athera will be like, "Oh, let's go and get some drinks." And Athera will walk off with Agnes. Adriana will kind of like almost incredulously, like turn a seat towards you, like Kazil, and like, Okay. What's the problem?
I'll lay it out very simple. Hopefully you can see where we're coming from. You know the others in the library.
Yes.
We've been fed deceptions, told to us as truths. And you know how insightful I am. I know when someone's fibbing, when someone's redirecting. And twice in a row, Agnes did that and then was speaking deceptively. You could tell the body language when she brushed it off. And we're here in this place that's a port in a storm, and we want to trust you so much. But when someone's lying right to us, we're just, even if they're just nervous, if they were just truthful, I could probably tell. And I know they were just nervous, but it's every time we mention something about Sim as the great one, the heart, the thing, and the lad, and we're so. You understand the gravity of all that, and then when someone that we're here speaking with, that we need to figure out, can we trust you? Can we not? It's being very deceptive. And then instead of letting us work it out, you kind of ask them to leave too. So now I'm a little extra worried about you dismissing them. We're just trying to be completely honest and sort everything out. All cards on the table. We want to trust you, we do. But that's very deceptive. I'd like to clear that up so we can move on in good faith and trust.
Sure, I want that. Arbane. Casil, sorry. I do. I know that Agnes has had a rough time. She did, with her daughter being in charge of the library, she sits under very tight scrutiny anyways amongst those who are aware in this settlement. So, she's naturally, drops things clumsy. That's been something that isn't new, but has got exasperated. But I mean, she could know something. As I said, she did go back to the try and talk to her daughter. But it just didn't sit with her. Didn't sit well, so she came back. And I'm grateful for her to be here. She might be a key to us possibly finding a solution. But, I mean, we can try to have a sit-down talk with her, you and me and her, if you want. Or your friends as well.
I love if we can have that here, because I hear you. I do. Those are all facts. She could pivot things, and I'm sure that's a lot of pressure. I didn't realize her daughter runs the library, but the deception she gave wasn't a nervous oops. It was. I'm telling you, if you've ever trusted me before and my insight into these things,
Of course, we all have our pain. Do you think that we would be on this island that you basically secured for us?
Oh, I wish I had my memories. And then please, in this moment, trust me. And I'm not saying, oh, there's something bad and she came back and she wants the worst for everyone. We just need to be able to be completely open with one another, which might be tough for her, tough for us. You gotta understand where we're coming from as well. But we need complete openness.
I get that. And you have my complete openness, Azil. I will say this. I can't force her to do what she doesn't want to do. If she's not open with you, I'm not going to allow you to hurt her. And I'm not going to be telling her to leave. Because I'm looking at the long game here. And it might be a rock right? I know that you have trouble with this concept sometimes, but it might take time. Or at least you used to. Maybe you've gotten better.
Was I a monster too? Why do you think I'd hurt her? Just for.
No,
Oh.
you weren't like that, Casil, but you're also a different
Alright, good.
person than what I knew.
Right.
You're
I thought
very
we had
much the
plans to talk
same,
about them.
but you are different. And I don't know of the life that you've had up until now. But you seem like a good person. I'm just saying
trying.
that I understand that you went to all cards on the table. And I can promise that for myself, but I can't promise it for her. And you can distrust her if she doesn't, she's not open. That's fine. Understandable. But if you don't get the truth tonight, doesn't mean you won't get the truth eventually.
I understand. I think all we're looking for tonight is not even the answers, just the honesty, and there is something that I'm just not ready to speak about it. Versus deception. Deception's bad, but if
Sure.
she's not ready, and that's what I'll say when we get to talk. Just honest piece, like I'm not ready to speak about this. Versus, no, nothing's wrong. If that makes sense.
She
You
is
know,
very
you-
guarded, and always has been. If you remembered, you would remember that. I just go into it cautiously. But, as I said, you do have honesty from me. If I knew something, I would say it. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you tell me if that the lad staring at that creature is anything to worry about? Then
It should. His grandfather didn't even have a hand in raising the creature. That was us. Right?
right.
I mean, why do you think I look so good? For my age.
It's impressive. I'm glad you're here. Look over at Zavar and then back at him. I'm really glad you're here.
There's a price, right? You were able to avoid it because you have this whole thing from the, Bastille. We have it a different way.
Let's see. Can we get her back to the table? And
Before we do that, I have
Oh.
one question.
Yes, Tegan.
Why the mask?
I don't know. She came back with it when she came back.
Have you ever seen behind the mask?
Before, yes.
She came back with a mask, but you haven't asked her ever to take it off?
No, that's her own business, Tegan. I'm not in
But how
charge.
do you know for sure it's her?
I can sense it. And also, she showed me a bandage, took off a bandage, and it's a tattoo that she had before. I hope it's clear that I'm not in charge of these people. It's kind of a joint thing, right?
Sure.
Peta, myself. In fact, the people don't even need guiding. We're all a community together. I have no right to ask my friend to remove a mask that she has chosen to start wearing. So, but it's a fair question. But just not something I'm comfortable with doing. Do you want me to bring her back now? She might be a little sassy since we asked her to leave. I'll just warn you. Athera, Agnes. Come on. Athera and Agnes kind of come over and sit down, and Agnes will be very kind of like a little rigid, but you can kind of, even without seeing a facial expression, you can kind of sense like almost a sarcastic kind of like, And Athera will kind of like give almost like a little eye roll and just go back to eating, drinking probably.
I'll jump in and just kind of say the thing I was trying to say, to Nadrana, like, to her, like, I'm sorry if we offended. I can tell when people are being deceptive. If you have anything you're not comfortable sharing, blah blah blah, trust and everything we've been through to get here, and trying to trust it and save the world. Just if you can't share it, understand. I'm not going to press you, despite the stakes and all. But if you could just do the honest route with I can't even talk about that now. It mean the world versus, when it's deceptive. It makes us stop it. It makes me nervous. If that makes sense to you. If you're okay with that, Agnes.
Make a persuasion check, Kazeel.
That's 19. Alright, hold on. Let me add my modifier. Persuasion. He's plus 14. Okay, so that's 33.
Where are you getting?
No, Kazeel's very persuasive.
And a plus 14. It's my expertise. It's one of my expertise.
Kazeel is never going to get turned down for anything, honestly.
Apparently.
Nice.
You will, Agnes will kind of look back at her food. And kind of look over at Adrenal. I don't want to talk about this here. Completely understandable. Kind of look over at you.
I understand that. If you give us a time and a place, that's
Oh, you're one.
more comfortable.
Okay. Agnes. Agnes will kind of look over and like, are you still bothering me? And then Adrenal will be like, Agnes, do you have a time that you would like to talk to Kazeel and myself about this issue?
Agnes is not talking to me anymore. she's talking through Nadrana. Okay.
Tell that person.
You have to remember,
Oh,
these
great.
people feel like that they have a history with you, Kazeel. So, like, you know.
Oh shit.
I'm sure
Yeah.
they do.
And and Agnes would be like, we can do it after we eat, right? Is that fine? And I'll be like, look over at you. She says, after we finish eating, that she'd be happy to speak. And he'll kind of like, oh, like, because she like elbowed him. I mean,
Nice.
she would speak after we're done eating. Is that okay with you, Kazeel?
Agnes, thank you. So Agnes, that's plenty fine. I don't know what I did in a past life. Clearly, it wasn't something very kind. Let me apologize on behalf of. If I get my memories back, I'm sure I'll feel like an arse, but I'm Kazeel, and it's entirely fine. I hope you understand where we're coming from. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate your welcome with us.
She's not even like looking at you at this point. She's just eating and like taking a drink. And Adrenal kind of looks over and looks back at you. And Adrenal will kind of lean in towards you, Kazeel. You have to realize it's. I think I've said this, but it's a little weird for us, right? You're different, but you seem the same. We kind of get that same feeling about you, and no. Not that I had any problems with Arbane. Arbane was one of my closest friends. Maybe eventually we will be as well, but
Like that?
it's just, well, you'll kind of chuckle. It's a little weird. So you'll excuse us if we seem more familiar than what you're comfortable with.
Sometimes people talk about doing something so so terrible, so rude that they'll feel it in the next life. Well, I guess I get to experience that firsthand.
Arbane, you were never terrible and you were never rude.
Oh, that's a relief.
Take it on chuckle.
Yeah, I picked up some bad habits in this life. Yeah. Thank you very much. All
I
of you.
wish you remembered.
Is there any way that I've been meaning to ask if there's a way to?
Well, there's nothing I can do that will help you remember. No, not that I am aware of. Not that I know, or that I think anyone here has the power for. But something I will show all of you tomorrow that might help a bit.
Oh.
And won't give you any clues. Mm-mm.
It's a surprise. Okay.
Surprise.
Back at the crew. Like.
A good one. It's something well from yourself to yourself. So.
Oh. Well, how thoughtful of past me.
Yes.
Oh,
isn't it?
Sorry. Oh. The heart in the box. I got so swept up with responses that I didn't wait for an answer. The fact that we do with that.
Oh.
Can we destroy it here?
We can destroy it here. Yes. I haven't heard about the box in quite some time, so I'm not really. I'm not really sure. I feel like that you said you opened it.
Aye, they tried to draw me in.
But
and put me in
nothing,
a trance.
no spirit or, entity coming out of it or rush of magical energy.
I mean, it had a strong, very strong magical energy, but immediately after opening it, I was sort of drawn into a trance by it, and had that vision of him carving out his own heart.
Right. Okay, so you saw the vision. Nothing else happened. My
Did anything?
concern
No.
is that from what Arbane told me and others, that this was, and what we found out later, mostly. I mean, Arbane just saw the beginnings of it, didn't see it happen, of course. That was long after. Well, and this was supposed to be part of Bastille's magical energy being put into this box with this heart. So the fact that nothing happened when you opened it makes me think that it's been opened before.
Oh.
Which is concerning.
Mm.
Because I'm not really sure exactly what kind of magical energy was put into it. It was something that Bastille obviously... It's interesting because I feel that before the box and the heart, the Bastille still had almost like a sliver of goodness. Right? And then after, we found out about the box and the heart. That you were there partially, I think, for part of it? I don't remember. That it's almost like it was drained from him. And there was nothing good left, if you believe in good and evil and that sort of thing. Almost like he was more drawn to the dark, to the Great One, to the Dark One, to the Great One, than he was before. So So I'm just curious as to know what was in that box when it was opened. Obviously before you opened it. And where that energy ended up. Casil, make another perception check, please.
And I think it's 10, but I check it. 26.
With this conversation, you kind of see Agnes become very still during the entire conversation because you can see her right past Nadrano. You know, and as you're looking at Nadrano, it's almost like you can see her just like right past him.
Mm-hmm.
And whereas she was eating, like as soon as she started talking about the heart in the box, like she immediately would just like not like just stopped and just like stood like sat there looking at her food.
Well,
And will suddenly like start eating again.
Heart. No, just kidding.
Just a jump scare.
Stops.
Just sits there,
Just as if she
keeps
stops.
opening the box in front of her. Beep, 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 beep.
Oh. All right.
You don't remember anything about you and Bastille.
No.
Interesting. Would you like me to tell you?
So I would like to be told, but more so than that, I'd love to get my memories back. And not to say I don't even trust Stephen. Very trustworthy, since we've been, and very supportive and everything else. But because it's tricky with memories, you know, you be told something that you don't even remember, and I don't want to adopt that as truth without. It's different when you remember it. But it sounds like it might be important, so please share. Aye.
Well, I can share, or you'll probably find out tomorrow. And
Oh.
if you wanted to find out a more natural way, maybe.
That's fine. Fire away.
Okay. You were pretty close friends with Bastille. I'm sorry, I'm just finding. I'm obviously not doing a very good job of organizing my notes here. I mean, you've said a couple of times that you were a bad, apologies for any, that you were a horrible person, or I don't know, but I don't remember your exact wording, but worrying that you were not a good person as Arbane, but you wanted to help Bastille more than any of us. You stuck it out with him longer than any of us cared to, and we would have countless arguments with you. Discussions, I guess, that sometimes turn to argument, sometimes not. That it was time to give up on Bastille. He was gaining too much power, he wanted too much power. Things were just kept getting deeper and deeper with him, and you were the one who always, up until that time, always fought for that there was still something good, something to be saved, something to draw away from that search for power. When you found out that, or finally came to the conclusion that it was done for him, I had never seen someone so upset over another human being. you kind of came it to yourself that the only way to stop him would be to kill him. And well, he caught you with it and cursed you.
Oh my. So this curse is from him.
Yes. Because he kind of saw that you were ready to stop him. And the night you did it, or that you were planning to, it was like you had lost your best friend. I mean, besides having been cursed. But you were a good friend to Bastille. Probably better than anyone. And he cursed you. And now I think it's like every 600 years or so you kind of start over with no memories.
That's great.
I don't know how to stop that besides stopping the Great One.
Well, I'm near than 600, so I hope that happens sooner rather than later.
Yes. I as well. I would hate to have this conversation again.
I can imagine.
Is there anything else that anyone else wants to kind of bring up during this time, or do, well, Kazil's having this conversation? No, just kind of listening. You're all sitting right there close, so you can probably hear most of what's being said, except for the parts that were said, you know, in the head, which I think was only one little bit there. Well, did you... One second. Agnes. Are you ready to go and talk? Agnes will just kind of get up and stand and go and start walking towards a tent. Adriana will kind of look over at you. I think that's a yes. Are you okay with talking now?
I'll look around at everyone. Sounds right. Are we good?
Alright, we can come back and eat after we're done. It's not the end of the night, just get this over with. And, you know, the Tyranno seems a little, like, kind of, like, discombobulated of, like, you know, kind of sit down his napkin and, you know, wait for you, because he'll probably to get up and start going, and the rest of you, whoever wants to go.
I'm hoping everyone will come with. This sort of look I'll give at least, you know what conceals up.
Gerbil, I'm sure, would go begrudgingly.
Look at his food. Like,
Yeah.
Set this down.
Alright, everyone else going with Kazil and company?
Yeah, are we doing this tonight? Out of character, Steph?
I was going to start something, yes.
Okay.
Why? Is there something you want to do?
No. It's just
Okay.
long.
Oh, my... Oh, wait.
Yeah, it's 2:00 in the morning.
What? Why didn't someone say okay. I was
I
completely.
texted you a little while ago. Yeah.
No, I'm so sorry. All right.
I
well,
think
we'll,
Tegan said something.
we'll end
about
it
a-
there.
a-
I am so
a friend-
sorry. I completely was not even paying attention. I'm so
I thought
sorry.
of it later because Frank was like, "That'd be a great place for a cliffhanger." And you're like, "What? It's not time for a cliffhanger." And I was
I'm
like, "That's strange. Let me follow up with
Y'all, please say something to me verbally, please, because I might not see my messages and I might not see Zoom chat.
that."
Okay.
No worries, we will.
I'm being verbal now.
I am so sorry. Okay. All right. So sorry, viewers. I'm so sorry, players. Next time, please say something because I don't know, obviously. Okay. All right. Well,
Okey-dokey.
we will end it there with everyone going towards the tent to take care of this conversation. And yeah, thank you so much, players. All right, yeah, we have a lot of great stuff here on the channel. There's a schedule below. If you scroll down on the Twitch channel there, we have a schedule of all of our shows. Check that out. We have a Discord. We have a website. We have a merch store. Websites, www.madbirdstreams.com. And yeah, check out all the things. I'm not going to hold you any longer. All right. Okay, well, I'm not even going to, like...
I don't have any.
Yeah.
more. Yeah.
So, thank you so much, Raider. I mean, thank you so much, viewer. Thank you so much for those that rated us. And thank you so much,
Yeah, thank
players. And we'll
you.
see you next week. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Bye.